раз проверка. Доброе утро.
Good morning. Please proceed to your seats.
Боюсь, тут пары минут не хватит.
It's going to take a couple of minutes for us to get seated.
Доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги.
Dear colleagues,
Давайте все-таки начнем.
let us commence the event. Today we're going to be having a very extensive agenda that is going to be as interesting as the one we had yesterday. If you had a time to get exposed to what we would like to propose to you today, you undoubtedly will have a lot of opportunities in terms of putting a light to employment issues and relationships with parents. We're going to be having a lot of exciting presentations today. I'm really pleased to see you all, despite that it is raining outside. We managed to get together. And I would like to remind you once again that yesterday, couple of people, left the conference and forgot, to hand over the headsets. So please don't forget to have them back. And besides, we're going to be having the agenda all the way up till 1800 with 2 coffee breaks and 1 lunch break. So the housekeeping is the same. Please put your cell phones on mute. We have volunteers, we have employees of the Autism Center, Asyl, Miras. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them. I have no doubts that my colleagues will be happy to help you. All right. With this, I would like to start discussing what is coming today. So the first speaker is a very prominent and famous person, Professor Temple Grandin. I believe that most of you know her. And while getting prepared for the conference, we had a chance to talk to her. And she has made a special dedicated recording called Great Minds Are Not the Same. And we're going to be broadcasting that presentation to you, and it is going to be followed by Ms. Koni Kasari, and you had a chance to talk to her, and Professor Almas Sharman is going to be having his presentation as well, and we're going to be having more sessions, and I will get you exposed to the content of those sessions. So Temple Grandin, before she's going to be given a floor, she's the professor of the University of Colorado, and she has ASD herself. And she devoted her entire life to the issues that are related to how to render support to ASD people with ASD, and she's known as an expert dealing with behavior of animals. So she's the author of several books. So now let us listen to what Temple Grandin has recorded for us. Thank you.
It's good to be here by Zoom. And I think I'll start out and tell a little bit about myself. I had very severe autism when I was a young child, no speech until age 4. I was very lucky to get into a very good early education. This is important. If you have young 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds that are not talking, you need to start working with them. And what you need to start working with them, teach them speech. Slow down when you talk to them. Give them time to respond. They're kind of like a phone with a bad connection. It takes time for them to respond. Also, the little kids need a lot of emphasis on turn taking. So if the child is lining up blocks, then we're going to take turns lining up the blocks. And then also teaching basic skills. The worst thing you can do with a young child who's not talking is to let them just sit in the corner by themselves. That is completely, really bad. Now, you do need to make sure that the child is not deaf. You need to make sure that they can hear. But once you've figured out that they can hear, you need to start working with them and working with them now. And if there's no services available, there's a lot of grandmothers that would be very good at working with very young autistic children. There are some grandmothers that would just have the ability to be a good teacher. And you may have to get some volunteers from the neighborhood to work with the child. I want to emphasize that when the kids get older, autism ranges from Einstein. Einstein had no speech till age 3. He was probably autistic, to somebody that never learns to dress themselves. You can have this very, very wide range of severity. But when the kids are really little, I looked very, very severe. Now I'm a college professor. A lot of people never thought that's possible. And I'm going to be talking in my slides, when I get started with the slides, on different ways that kids think. And it's very important to develop the child's strengths. And in my title slide there, I've got my new book, Visual Thinking, on the hidden gifts of people who think in pictures, patterns, and abstractions. And child who's autistic, you might get an extreme. So I'm a big fan of NASA. And I found a raccoon in this launch pad. That should not have been there. It could have chewed up fueling equipment. Also, I've visited many of NASA's facilities, and there's a lot of engineers there that are on the fully verbal end of the autism spectrum. Totally. There's all kinds of technology that we probably would not have without some degree of autism. Let's go to the next slide, including this computer system we're using right now. Well, he was inside the launch pad around fueling equipment. Not a good thing. They didn't know he was there. I saw him. Let's go to the next slide. And this just shows some different apparatuses for mixing cells in scientific research. It's very important in scientific research to make sure you explain which mixing equipment you used, because it can totally change the results of your cancer research. You see, but I see it. See, I'm going to be talking about visualization where you see things, and I'm going to be talking about the mathematicians that calculate things. Let's go to the next slide. There's three different kinds of thinking, and I'll show the first one on the next slide. I am an object visualizer. Everything I think about is a photograph. If I think about going to the grocery store, I'm seeing the apple display there. I'm seeing where the yogurt is, parts of the grocery store where I go. I am seeing it. Where the verbal thinker might just think words. I am going to go shopping for groceries. Now, the object visualizer is very good with mechanical things. I know in your country you have a lot of motorbikes. You could have an autistic person who could be the very best at fixing motorbikes, fixing cars, fixing all kinds of mechanical systems, water pumps, all kinds of things. They also would be good at art, working with animals, and the skilled trades, electricity, plumbing, and repairing things, inventing mechanical equipment, fixing cars. And if you have a child that spends all day playing video games, you might want to get him involved in car mechanics, because they may find that car mechanics is much more interesting than video games. So the next slide shows the mathematical mind. You see, my kind of mind thinks in pictures. The mathematical mind thinks in patterns. When they look at algebra, it's almost like a musical score. That doesn't work for me. I cannot do algebra. And I'm also not very good at music. I can hum a tune. And these people, the mathematicians, are good at computer programming, engineering, chemistry, physics, all kinds of things like that. Let's go to the next slide. And then, of course, you've got word thinkers. And writer, lawyer, teacher, banker, those are mostly people that think in words. Now, I get asked all the time, how do I figure out what kind of thinker my child is? It almost never shows up in 3-year-olds. This is more likely to show up 5, 6, 7 years old. And for me, it showed up because I did lots and lots of drawings. But I would just draw the same horse's head over and over again. So my mother would say, let's draw the whole horse. Let's draw its stable where it lives. And take something the kid is fixated on and broaden it. So if a child likes cars, let's teach reading with cars. Let's teach math with cars. We can teach just writing about cars. You can take that thing that they're interested in and broaden it. And transportation is often one of the fixations. They love things that move. Airplanes, trains, cars, things that move. Those are things that are often very interesting to autistic kids, but you want to broaden it. Also, too many of these kids get way too overprotected. You need to take them shopping with you. Take them out and go places. And I just at an event at one of our libraries. It's a really great library. They have all kinds of activities there for children. And a mom came up with an 8-year-old verbal autistic kid who's afraid to go everywhere. And I said, he's going to have to get out of the house and do things. But what you should do is give him some choices. We could go to the grocery market, or we could go to the park. In other words, give them a choice. We're going to go out of the house today, or we'll go shop for vegetables, or we'll go shop for coffee. I'm just making things up. Where they'd have a choice where they're going to go on the outing, but we are going to go out. And often it's better to go to these places when they're not so busy. Go early in the morning before it gets busy. Let's go to the next slide. Now, there's research, and that's also in my book of visual thinking, it shows very clearly that the different kinds of thinking exist. There is scientific research on this. This is evidence-based. We can go to the next slide. And some people are mixtures. A lot of people are mixtures of the different kinds of thinking. But you have someone who's autistic, you may have an extreme visualizer like me, or you might have at the other end of the spectrum an extreme mathematician. And if you have a child that's good at math, move them ahead in math. You may have a 6-year-old that needs to be taking adult level math. Move them ahead. My mother did everything she could to encourage my ability in drawing. And I used that in my design work on cattle handling facilities. No, we want to be developing the skills. Too often, there's too much emphasis on the deficit, on the thing the child is bad at, and not enough emphasis on the thing the kid is good at. Now, let's look at these different kinds of thinking and what are some of the jobs they can do in the future. I already talked about my kind of mind. I'm about doing mechanical types of jobs. Now, the verbal thinkers, one job that they would be very good at is retail jobs where they're recognized for their knowledge of equipment, like let's say selling phones. So there's 25 different kinds of phones. Which would be the right phone for you? And the autistic person could help you pick out the phone that would really be the right phone for you, not sell you everything in the store, but pick out the phone that truly be the right phone. Okay, we can go to the next slide. That just shows my big visual thinking circuits in my head. I've got very large visual thinking circuits. But abstract math, I just don't understand. I can understand math if it's related to something real, like trigonometry, the suspension cables on the bridge, because I can see that. Let's go to the next slide. That just shows another picture of my brain scan. And we can go on to the next slide. Now, let's look at the ways that some of these different thinkers take in information. My kind of mind would rather look at pictures or actual things. If I want to learn how a water pump works, I'd rather just see the pump. The verbal thinker would rather read about it. And the mathematician tends to do both. Let's go to the next slide. Now, this study is interesting because what it showed is that the visual thinkers and the math thinkers do a lot more planning of their projects. The students had to design plan it. Art students, science students, and literature or writing students. And the writing students did very little planning. The other students, they did lots of planning for their projects. Because oftentimes, if verbally, you have big, broad concepts of something we're going to do, but they don't know how they're going to implement it. Let's go to the next slide. Verbal thinkers that think in words tend to overgeneralize. This happens all the time in politics, and I'm not going to discuss politics, but you get lots and lots of talk, but they don't actually do it. How do we actually do things? As a visual thinker, I want to do things where I can actually do things and fix things. Let's go to the next slide. Now, when the patent office first started in the US and in other countries, most of the patents were for mechanical devices. This is my kind of mind. That's the very first grain harvesting equipment, for example. The very first airplane was made by bicycle mechanics. They were purely mechanical devices. And a lot of these inventors probably had autism. Let's go to the next slide. And the next slide shows a picture of the inventor of the 3D printer. He's also a visual thinker. Now let's look at something like a 3D printer. It's a mechanical device that a computer controls. So you actually need both kinds of minds working on it. Let's go to the next slide. Now we've got a problem in some countries of losing skills. There's a lot of emphasis on the verbal thinkers and on the mathematical thinkers. But a lot of our visual thinkers, like me, since we have trouble with higher math, are getting kind of pushed aside. But you need our kind of mind to fix things, fixing elevators. Like, for example, at our airport, the escalator's been broken for months and months and months because there's nobody to fix them. you get people wanting to become politicians and bureaucrats, but somebody's actually got to fix elevators, fix escalators, make sure water pumps work so that you've got water in your houses. Yeah, there's a big skill loss issue. I'm very, very concerned about it. That's one of the reasons why I wrote the book on visual thinking. And there's a lot of skills that fully verbal autistic kids have that we actually need, to keep electricity on, keep things running. Let's go to the next slide. Well, there's a lot of equipment that comes out of Europe that's not being made in the US. And 3D printers, we can go show you a few other things. Fancy electron microscope on the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Well, this is a state-of-the-art machine for making computer chips. It comes from Europe. And one of the reasons for that is in Europe, and when the kids are about 14, they can decide to go university route or decide to go tech route. And the next slide will show you how you've got lots of tech route in this machine. Look at all the mechanical devices on this machine. So it was invented based on mathematics, but then you need the visual thinkers to actually build it. We need all these different kinds of minds. Let's go to the next slide. And the electron microscope, Germany. Go to the next slide. And this is a state-of-the-art meat processing plant. And the equipment that you see right here, it's from Holland. And one of the reasons why that's happened is a lot of the kids that be very good at all the mechanical devices are just they're labeled with autism, and they're playing video games in the basement when they ought to be building food processing plants. Poultry processing equipment you've got to buy from Europe, most of it now. And it goes back to the educational system. Let's go to the next slide. And the parachute cloth for the Mars rover came from Europe. Let's go to the next slide. And there's some fancy structural glass walls. The Apple headquarters for Apple phones. They're from Italy and Germany. So I'm getting concerned about skill loss. And there's a lot of skills that some of these autistic kids have, other kids, dyslexic kids also, ADHD kids, that we actually need. We need them all around the world. Let's go to the next slide. We have to make sure that in our schools, we keep in hands-on classes, art, sewing, cooking, welding, fixing automobiles, fixing motorcycles, woodworking. And just today, I went to this wonderful library that's in Greeley, Colorado, not right near where I live. And I can tell you where the hands-on classes are. They're at the library now. And the kids are loving it. Because how can a child get interested in fixing things or building things or learn how to sew clothes or whatever if they never get exposed to it? A lot of kids today aren't getting exposed to enough things that can become careers. Let's go to the next slide. Now I'm seeing a lot of, like at least in our school system, kids getting pushed into special ed and labeled disabled because they can't do algebra. And over at this library, they have a beautiful new shop. And I just talked to their shop teacher. He was a poor student in school, and he couldn't do algebra. Boy, he knows how to do woodworking. He really knows how to do it. Let's go to the next slide. My grandfather was an inventor. He was an engineer. See, engineering, a lot of people that go into engineering have a touch of autism. And he worked with another person that had autism that came up with a new idea for an autopilot for airplanes. And they worked together. A mathematician working together with a visual thinker invented the autopilot before World War II. See, that's different minds working together. Neither one of them was very social. Let's go to the next slide. Now let's look at who builds big food processing plants. The object visualizers like me lay out the whole entire factory. The other thing that my kind of thinker does is invent and build all of the complicated mechanical equipment in that factory. And then the mathematical mind makes sure the refrigeration system is going to work. that the boiler system's going to work, the electrical systems are going to work. These are things that require more mathematics. So you need both kinds of minds to build something complicated like a large food processing plant. Go to the next slide. In working on the book, as a visual thinker, my writing is not very well organized because my mind is associational. For example, I'm thinking now about the Apple display where I grocery shop, and now I'm seeing the Apple logo on the back of a laptop. So now I just went from Apple display at the grocery store to an Apple picture on the back of a computer. So now I'm thinking about problems my student is having right now doing computer programming for her statistics class. Now you can see that there's an association that makes some sense, but the verbal thinker might go, how did you get from apples to a statistics class and computer programming? Okay, you can see the logic there. I saw the Apple, little Apple picture on the back of the lid of the laptop. So I would do the initial drafts of the book. They'd be kind of disorganized. And Betsy, my verbal co-author, she smoothed out my writing. She made it more linear. This is different kinds of minds working together. Let's go to the next slide. Well, let's look at making buildings. We need the architects to make them look nice, and we need the engineers to make them so they don't fall down. And there's been a lot of problems with buildings falling down. Concrete columns that are too small, not enough steel reinforcing rod, too dirt in the concrete, not enough cement in the concrete. Yeah, we need to have people make buildings safe so that they don't fall down. Let's go to the next slide. A lot of people I worked with on complicated mechanical equipment for the meat industry were either autistic, dyslexic, or ADHD. You see, this is the problem we've got with a lot of these labels, is I'd say half the people that are autistic have got really great skills. And then you have others that are very, very, very severely disabled, cannot dress themselves. But some of the ones that cannot dress themselves actually can learn to type independently. Let's go to the next slide. Grandparents come up to me all the time, and they discover they have autistic tendencies when the kids get diagnosed. And so oftentimes an adult will find out later in life they're autistic, and this explains why they're not that social. You see, I'm more interested in what I do. You know, for me, I'd rather go talk about how to build something than just be social, because I find that building things is really interesting. I'd rather talk about safe concrete construction for apartment buildings. That is something I like talking about, that stuff, because I look at the pictures where buildings have collapsed during earthquakes, and it's just really awful construction. They're just built too flimsy, too cheap. Let's go to the next slide. You know, the thing I want to ask you is, let's look back in history. Now I have to use innovators from, you know, the English-speaking country. I'm sure in your country, you've got people that were some great innovators, maybe great artists, great writers, you know, great mathematicians. And the thing I want to ask is, what would have happened to some of those people in today's educational system? Maybe they wouldn't have gone anywhere. Let's go to the next slide. Well, a famous artist from Europe, Michelangelo, he was a little 12-year-old, probably autistic, dropped out of school, but he would running around all over town and had a chance to see great art. You see, how does a person get interested in a career? So he saw all this sculpture and art, and then he also had stone cutting tools. And then later on, somebody sees his talent and then apprentices them into their studio to make art. So in a lot of successful careers and people that are different, it starts out with exposed to something that's interesting, and then they get mentored. I had a really great mentor, my science teacher. He was just wonderful. He got me motivated to study. Let's go to the next slide. Steve Jobs is probably on the spectrum. Now, lots of times people on the autism spectrum are going to get bullied and called names. when they're in school. I had a horrible time being called all kinds of dreadful names. And the only places I had friends was friends through shared interests. For me, it was horseback riding and electronics and model rocket club that the science teacher coached. Friends through shared interests. For another child, it might be writing. It might be playing chess or some other game. Einstein knows speech until age 3, and he also was a musician. And I think his music helped him with some of his mathematics and some of his theories. Let's go to the next slide. Thomas Edison was a famous inventor in the U.S. He invented the electric light. He worked on inventing a record player that worked totally mechanically. I got to see one of those the other day. A 1915 record player, nothing electrical in it. It worked pretty well, actually. And he had a teacher who taught him how to use the telegraph. You see, these kids that are different, one of the things that's really important is you got to expose them to things to get them interested. And then someone has to mentor them to help them to develop the skill. Now, he was one of our most famous inventors. Let's go to the next slide. Elon Musk is probably on the spectrum. Great engineer, really fabulous engineer. I don't know about Twitter, a little to wait and see on that. Let's go to the next slide. I think he'd be better off staying with engineering. Okay, it's important for students to do more than one thing, because the Nobel Prize winner, that's a scientist that's been recognized for making some really big scientific discovery. And if they had a hobby like music or some other art, they actually were more creative on coming up with new ideas. Let's go to the next slide. Now let's look at some tips for working with some of the minds that are different. One thing that autistic people have that can be a great advantage is lots of memory, lots and lots and lots of memory. But they're like a phone that has one bar of service, just a little bit of service. And so it takes time to access that memory. So the kinds of jobs that would be really bad jobs for somebody on the spectrum would be really chaotic jobs, like cooking a lot of food for takeout delivery, where it's a lot of very rapid multitasking. Another thing, if I had a job where I had to do a lot of sequence, well, let's say take apart a water pump and then I got to put it back together again, it would be a lot easier for me if I could write down the takedown steps, just like a pilot has a checklist that they have before they fly the plane, where I write down the steps for a task that has sequence in it. Long, yakety yak, 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 strings of verbal instruction simply does not work for me. It's that simple. Another issue that we can have with a lot of people on the autism spectrum is sensory oversensitivity. Like, let's say you have some loud piece of equipment like an electric drill, or maybe a vacuum cleaner, hair dryer, some other noisy thing. And if the autistic child can turn that device on and off, where they control it, they often will tolerate it a whole lot better. And that vacuum cleaner that they hated might end up being their favorite thing to play with. Another little tip is if you wear ear protectors all the time, the ear is going to get more sensitive. Now you can have them with you, so it gives you control. See, if the child can control, and picky eating and refusing to eat different foods is often a problem. And one of the things that can sometimes help with that is to get the child involved with preparing the food. And we can play with it in the kitchen, and you can put your hands in it and everything else, and that might make them be more willing to eat it. But sensory problems are real. And then another sensory issue we can have, now that we've got LED lights, ones that can just run off of batteries. Some people with dyslexia, which is difficulty with reading, or autism, can see flicker from LED lights. Now, the thing is, some flicker, some don't. Now, if you take your phone out here and you put your phone, set it for slow motion video, and take pictures of the room, you can find the lights that flicker. And if we're building a new school, I'd like to not have lights that flicker. And it's not the cheap ones that flicker. You can have even expensive ones that may flicker. But you need to find LED lights that do not flicker. That's really, really important. And it's also important for somebody who's had a head injury. You can also get these same sensory issues you can get with autism if someone's been in a car accident and severely hurt their head. We need to limit the video game playing. We need to get these kids out doing things. Get them out doing things, but give them choices. Let's go to the next slide. Now, I always want to ask, what's the goal of education? Let's look at what somebody's doing, 10 years after maybe school. I hope they're doing something good. I was designing some of my first big livestock projects. And when I was in my 20s, everybody thought I was stupid. They didn't think I'd be able to do anything right at all. And I wanted to prove to the world that I was not stupid. And I'm going to show you what I did in the next slide. And that's a drawing I did with a thing called a dip vat to use for getting ticks and other insects off of. I would show people my drawings. I learned to sell my work, not myself. That's what I did. The next drawing just shows a cattle handling facility that I designed. We can maybe just, leave my drawing up there, and I get asked, is that my drawing? Yes, I drew that by hand. I did this when I was in my 20s and 30s. When I was a lot younger than I am now, I did these drawings. And I have equipment for cattle all around the world. I also want to really thank the people that helped me, the mentors and the teachers. And I can kind of finish up on this. The mentors and the teachers. My mother taught me to read. My mother take me out shopping, take me out everywhere. And I did not know how to read when I was age 8. And she taught me how to read by having me read out loud and sound out my words. That's called phonics. I had wonderful teachers that worked with me. I had a great science teacher who worked with me, who got me motivated to study by having me design different projects. And those are shown in the HBO movie Temple Grandin. But good teachers are just so important. And the problem is we underestimate what these kids can do. And you've got to get them out doing things. I've had parents say to me, oh, he got a job at a computer store, and he just blossomed, got out doing things. I just can't, the parents couldn't believe the child couldn't do it. Even the children that don't speak, some of them can get good at doing things. Some of them are very good at art. Some of them are very good at music. There's a lot of things that they could be good at. We need to be looking at what your child can do. But too many parents overprotect their child. I just saw a child today at this library, and I said to the mom, you need to get him out. And when you go shopping, give him a choice of which store you go to. We're going to go grocery shopping. Well, you can pick the store we go to. You've got 3 stores. We'll go to this store or that store. So that when you give them choices, that gives them some control. We've got to get these kids out doing things. But on the other hand, we can't throw them into multitasking chaos. I'm not going to take them to the train station during rush hour. I think that might be a bad idea. Going to teach them to go on the train. We're going to start out when it's not busy. We're going to go to the market when it's not so busy in the beginning. But there's a tendency to kind of just hide these kids. We need to get them out doing things. And you're going to find, and you're going to find that, and then you start finding out what they might be good at. My kind of mind is going to be very good at fixing things. And I know there's lots of things in a lot of countries that need fixing. We're having a lot of problems with our elevators and our escalators. There's nobody around to fix them. You've got, water pumps have to be fixed. Electrical stuff has to be fixed. These are like really important things. We need to be working on what the child can do. And I have a lot of information on on my website, templegrandin.com. You have permission to translate the information, anything you want off of templegrandin.com. You have permission to translate into your language. Okay, I'll answer that. A continuous trait. So there's no black and white dividing line between autistic and non-autistic in the really mild cases where they remain nonverbal. It's not a precise diagnosis like having tuberculosis. Tuberculosis, you either have tuberculosis or you don't, and there's lab tests. But in the mildest autism, where there's no speech delay, the main difference is you're less social emotional, and you tend to get more interested in what you do. Like today, I was in a shop and they had an automated milling machine there. Then the other half of the population is more interested in socializing. So in the very mildest autism is a personality variant. You see, it's a profile. Now, and it goes then you have very severe cases where they never learn to talk, where they may actually have epilepsy along with it and other neurological problems. See, this is the problem. It's not a precise diagnosis like tuberculosis is, where you can do a lab test and you can go, yes, they have tuberculosis. You'll either respond to this drug or that drug, or maybe not respond. Tuberculosis diagnosis is precise. Autism diagnosis is not. You see, that's the thing. And you're going all the way from someone like Bill Gates, he's the inventor of Microsoft's programming, to somebody that may even have difficulty walking. See, this is the problem. And I'm seeing, let's just work with the fully verbal kids. You know, they're just a bit, we call it nerdy, you know, socially awkward. We need to be working on developing them. And I've worked with a lot of very talented people that I know are on the autism spectrum, both mathematician types that did programming and visual types like me that were inventing mechanical equipment. And we need these skills. And then you got the politicians, they just talk because they don't know how to do anything. I'll leave it at that. I don't discuss specific politicians. You see, I'm interested in, well, you take something like all these buildings falling down, earthquakes. What they need to be teaching in the schools is how do you build a column and slab apartment building correctly so it doesn't fall down. It's simple construction that can be taught in the schools. And then everybody who's out there would say, watch them building this apartment going, well, I'm not going to live in there because the pillars are too small. Oh, I look at that and it's just bad construction. You can teach that in the schools, how to build those buildings so they don't fall down. And it is going to cost more. You have to put more material into them. That's something that I look at the pictures and I go, columns are too small. I want to see the autistic approach is I want to prevent this problem so they don't fall down. Okay, so anybody, they say, I hope I kind of explained the diagnosis right, that it's not precise. Like some other diagnosis, like COVID. I mean, there's a test for that. That's precise compared to autism. Let's start off, that's a very broad question. Let's start off with the little children. Let's say you have a 3-year-old that cannot talk. Not being able to communicate is very frustrating. And oftentimes I had a screaming, I start screaming and stuff because I was so frustrated because the kid could not communicate. So if you have a little 3-year-old that's not communicating, you don't have any speech, give them a picture board. Give them something that they can communicate with. That they need food, they need a drink, they're cold, they're hot, they need to use the toilet. Just for basic needs like that. Now, if you have you see, you've got the ones that are socially awkward, and then you have the ones where they don't talk. And so you take them somewhere and they have a big screaming fit. And oftentimes this happens because they cannot communicate. Another thing that can make somebody who's nonverbal, and I'm not talking about 2-year-olds, but an older person that cannot talk, maybe get angry, is they have a hidden painful medical problem they cannot tell you about, like maybe an infected tooth or their stomach hurts, something that's treatable, like their stomach hurts. Acid reflux is really common in people with autism. Or it could be sensory overload. They're in the middle of the busy shopping center, too many people around, and they just get sensory overload. That can cause those problems. And then you get into the ones where they're just socially awkward. And we have to teach them social skills like they're in a foreign country. It does not come instinctually. Like, one of the reasons why that grandfather would have a job is because in my generation, social skills like shaking hands, greeting people, that was taught in a much more structured way. You have to teach these little kids that how to greet people correctly. You have to, we were always taught how to say please and thank you to the shopkeeper and just, people that you interacted with. You see how we communicate with society. You see, that's very general. That's a verbal, very general question. You see where I'm going to break it down into like little kids and adults. But social skills are most kids just pick it up. Autistic kids have to be taught. And I like to say it's like being taught like how to behave in a foreign country. And something that might be rude in your country is not rude in my country. You see, there's things that are universal, and then there's things that are different in different countries. And I'm not going to demonstrate the rude things, but I know in the Middle East that showing your foot is very rude, the bottom of your foot. In certain Middle East, that's very rude. And in the US, that it doesn't mean anything. So that would be an example of something where someone would have to explain to me that in the Middle East, you never show the bottom of your foot because that's very rude. So just kind of imagine that all social skills have to be taught that way. And then we have a gesture with the middle finger that's extremely rude. I'm not going to demonstrate it. Well, let's start with the little kids. 3-year-old that's not talking, you've got to get somebody working with that 3-year-old. And if there's no school or services, you get grandmothers in the community to work with that child. And I want to play games with them. They take turns, teach them words for favorite foods and favorite toys, start off, and teach skills like getting dressed. That's what I want to teach very, very young children. And then when they get older, maybe they'll start to see where their strengths are. I want to develop their strengths. There's something that they could do for a career, something they can have friends doing. Okay, since it's socially awkward, let's say my favorite thing was fixing motorbikes. Well, then I'm going to just love talking about fixing motorbikes. That's where I'm going to get my social interaction. We've got to work on what the kid can do. And I want them out in the town and learning basic things like shopping, understanding money. The way I learned to understand money is the child could earn a little bits of money. And I got, little small amounts of money when I was a little kid. And I'd buy candy and I'd buy little kites and stuff with it. But if I wanted a more expensive toy airplane, I had to save for 2 weeks. I was learning that at a very young age. These are the kind of things they need to learn. And there's a tendency to over-shoulder, over-protect, and not get them out doing enough things. But the other thing is, let them have some choices. We go to this market or that market, which gives the kids some control. We're going to go out and we're going to do things, but we can go to the fruit market or we can go buy bread. So So the kid has some control. And I would recommend the beginning, because the sensory issues, let's start out going there when it's not so busy and not so noisy. But let's get them out doing things. Because I don't think we would have this computer that we have right now and it's Zoom if you didn't have autism. Do you think the social people spent the time to make all this computer stuff and to program it? No, it's the autistic people leaning towards the autistic side make all this stuff. You see, and we need to teach the autistic kid about being a good person. Very simply, no abstract stuff. I mean, every religion has the golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated. You don't steal their stuff because you wouldn't like it if they stole your stuff. You're nice to other people, polite, because you'd like them to be nice to you. It's important to help the poor, for example. But you want to show all these things. Abstract doesn't work. Okay, we say, well, we give a certain amount of money each week to this poor family so they can buy bread. Has to be not abstract. Abstract, no, that doesn't work. It's specific examples of things that you could do that are, and I hope I've given you some insight. And the other thing is, you got to remember, I was very severe as a child. Very, very severe. You see, when they're very little, you don't know how they're going to come out. That's why that early education is so important. And there's a lot of grandmothers, they know how to work with little kids. That would be very good at working with these little 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds that are not talking. The worst thing you can do is to just let them sit in a corner and you do nothing. That is absolutely the worst thing you could do. You know, now I'm a university professor. I'm now, turned into a senior now. I've been around for a long time. But I want to see these kids that are different. You know, let's say a kid, your dad's fixing a motorbike or something like that. Get the little kid to help him. And then he's going to get interested in it. And he can fix motorbikes. You see, there's no way they're going to learn these things if they don't get exposed to it. And there'll be another kid that doesn't like motorbikes. He might be really good at mathematics and learn how to program a computer and if they're good at math, move them ahead in math. Because if they're bored doing little baby math, it'll make them a behavior problem. Move them ahead in math. You know, because oftentimes there'll be something the kid is very good at, and then something that the child that's terrible at. Let's work on the thing that the child can be very good at. And then learning working skills. They have to learn how to do a task for somebody outside the family that is not that's not family. Like maybe do a volunteer job at the mosque. You know, something, or they help clean somebody else's house, where it's a task for somebody outside the family. Or they might go shopping for an old lady that's sick and confined to her house, and they go buy her groceries for her. You know, things can be set up. 10, 11-year-old autistic kids should be doing that kind of stuff. So they learn working skills. When I was a teenager, I had a sign painting business. And I had to make signs that people wanted for their businesses. You know, that's learning a working skill. You know, another thing that someone could be good at is fixing phones. I know they have all kinds of little shops for fixing phones. Well, expose the kid to that. He might be the best person there could possibly be to fix phones. But you don't know if you don't expose them, or fix computers, fix broken internet stuff. Just all kinds of things. Okay, well, as I said before, you have permission to translate this. and you have permission to translate information that's on templegrandin.com. And it's been really good talking to you.
Спасибо большое.
So much. Let us extend our words of gratitude to Dr. Temple Grandin. I think lots of ideas that she has expressed in her presentation will be, proved during our discussion today. Well, let us continue the session, and it is going to be devoted to Q&A. And I'd like to invite, with a great pleasure, to join the panel, Dr. Connie Kasari. She works at the University of Los Angeles, but she's also the founder of Kasari Lab. And we have many profound methodologies developed by its experts, to include JASPER, that is very, very efficient and provides great outcomes, not only in the United States, but also in Europe. And that technology has been introduced to Russia long ago, and in Kazakhstan, it has already been introduced. So those who have participated in a workshop yesterday have witnessed how efficient the methodology is, and it is working perfectly well for the children with ASD. And this second speaker is Professor Almas Sharman. We have introduced him yesterday, and today I'm going to be introducing him once again. Mr. Sharman has been engaged into research in the United States, and he keeps his scientific work here. And plus, he is the professor of the Academy of Prophylaxis in Medicine, and he is the chair of our board of trustees. And starting from 2014 and 2015, once the foundation has been dealing with the issue related to children with ASD and their parents, Mr. Sharman has been actively engaged in terms of promoting different initiatives, not only in Kazakhstan but elsewhere. So actually we know that we have a lot of questions, from parents, from experts, from all of the parties concerned, those who are interested in autism, and there was a flow of interest articulated in the social networks, and my colleagues have proposed, to put together all of the questions, had them edited, and we asked Mr. Sharman to respond to those questions. So you will have up to 40 minutes to talk to the audience. So the floor is yours, please. Thank you so much, Marat.
To our conference, I'm privileged to have this opportunity to interview you. This marks our third encounter during the past 4 months. First, we met in Stockholm on May 4th during the International Conference on Autism Research. That was a very exciting conference. We learned a lot of exciting studies on genomics, on behavioral interventions and everything. And I am pleased that you're president-elect of International Society for Autism Research. And everybody appreciate your great contribution in this field. Subsequently, we met in Los Angeles at the end of June at your lab. Very impressive. So we met your colleagues as well there. And we discussed further advancement of our partnership in promoting mentorship program with JASPER, which is a methodology that you invented, you developed, designed to help with early social skills of children with autism spectrum disorders. And this method became very, very popular, especially here in Kazakhstan. I'm very pleased to see that how many signatures you provided today. And here we are. It's great that you came to Kazakhstan to attend this conference, and yesterday we signed a very important memorandum that basically highlights next steps in our relationship. And I'm very delighted with this positive momentum in our relationship. Of course, many our colleagues and myself have several questions to better understand Jasper and basically your thinking as how to deal with autism in general, and what would be your advice in Kazakhstan. So I have several questions I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind. Okay, my first question would be, what are the expectations for implementing Jasper with younger children, please?
So I think we talked about this some yesterday with young children, so under 3. Children aren't often even recognized as having autism. Under 3, they might have a developmental delay. And usually it's the parent that has the concern. So the parent is the person who you want to intervene with to help their child. So I think that there are many considerations. One is, awareness that something is different, and then it's identifying what that sort of concern is, and then having some way to target what the family needs. So, and that can be quite variable, because some children are quite delayed and some children are just a little bit delayed or a little bit different. And of course the goal for any parent is to help their child flourish. I mean, go to school, interact with family members, interact with their peers at school, go to school. And so I think there are a lot of concerns really early on. And so that period of time is really focused on kind of the family unit. At least in the United States, children are with a delay, developmental delay, will go to school at age 3. They can get some services, some support under 3. So we have different federal kinds of mandates. But by 3, children can go to school, daycare with supports, or school.
The parental involvement in Jasper and behavioral interventions are clearly very, very important. So is parental engagement similar when working with toddlers compared to older children above 3 years of age using Jasper?
So Jasper is very developmental, so it's always going to be geared towards whatever the child's development is. If they're really a baby, you're going to work on early skills of communication. If they're a little bit older and maybe they have some communication skills, then you're going to work developmentally on whatever it is that they need to do. But I think, with really young babies, the mother and father may have some arrangement to stay home. Maybe they're not working, because that is typical when you have a baby. But as kids get a little bit older, then children should go to school. Because what we find is that parents really have a lot of responsibility and a lot of stress when their child is delayed. Parents may stop their career. They may have to stay home. And that's fine if that's a choice, but it shouldn't be something that happens to a family. They should have the ability to put their children in school like all other children, or in daycare, or whatever it is that is common in the country. So same for all kids.
Right. But what is the main focus when applying Jasper to children?
It's still the same. We're still working on communication.
Right.
It's just developmentally tied to where the child is. So a baby might be working on babbling. They're not making any sounds at all. And we want to make sure that they are learning to babble and learning to share their attention with people in the family. For an older child, they're starting to walk, run around, and so you want them to be able to regulate their own behavior, their own emotions, and you want them to be able to engage with their siblings, with other family members. So all of the things that we see our children who are just neurotypically developing do, but our kids are not doing. So we want to help them sort of fit in and do things maybe a little differently, but still sort of within the range of what is expected for behavior.
Yeah, so can you differentiate a bit? So which children with autism spectrum disorder are best suited for Jasper? And considering importance of individualized, personalized interventions.
I mean, I think all young children would benefit from Jasper or something like that that focuses on that early development, because that's what we need to do. So all children would benefit. We know that if we have choices of different interventions and the child is very, very, very delayed, so not talking at all, and that they might need more structured intervention first. So a more sort of ABA or ABA approach is actually effective to start with, and then as children gain skills, then Jasper can really help expand those skills. So again, if you're going to personalize interventions, you want to think about those different options that you have available.
Okay. So these are sort of mostly successful stories, but what are the challenges that you faced during the development and implementation of the Jasper in the United States and elsewhere?
Yeah. Well, I started with Jasper after doing a lot of just experimental studies, a lot of research on what is different about children with autism compared to just typical development or children with other delays like Down syndrome. And we sort of isolated what those differences were and tried to figure out if those differences were important for later development. And they are. So some of the ability to gesture and communicate without words is important to developing words. And so, that's kind of what we focus on. And of course, there are children that are slower to respond, and that's a challenge. And so we have to be creative. We have to think about whether we need more intensive intervention or maybe a different intervention. So we have to be sort of open-minded and not think there's only one way. It's multiple ways.
You have to be patient as well.
You have to be patient. Well, you have to be observant, and you have to be really dedicated to making a difference and knowing where you're going. Like, what is the thing that you think is important to improve?
Yeah, I'm sure that while working at the university, you meet a lot of young professionals who are interested in implementing Jasper, and so you also saw many of them here in Astana, in Kazakhstan. So any tips or advice for young professionals starting to work with children on autism spectrum disorder?
So if you're going to be a teacher or a therapist, I think getting a lot of experience with a lot of different types of children is really important because, autism is a spectrum. So there are children that do extremely well. We just heard from Temple Grandin, and she talked a lot about the skills and special sort of interests and special abilities of people with autism. But we also have children that need a lot more significant supports. So if you're going to work with children, you want to know that range of the spectrum, because you don't know which child is going to come to you. And so you want to be able to help the family or to help the child. So you need to have a lot of different experiences, and probably in different contexts. Maybe you're in a clinic, that's fine, but you probably need to go into homes or into schools or wherever children spend their time to really understand what is needed.
Okay, so this sort of demand and requirement, so to speak, for that specialist, but what the qualities you think are essential for such specialists to deal with children with autism spectrum disorders? What the personal characteristics, or what it should be personalities for such people?
People that care, people that are open-minded, so that you don't just assume that you know everything. But, with young children, you always want to collaborate with the family, but the family's looking to you as the expert, too, that you're supposed to know something. So we don't just necessarily go along with, a parent may say, well, I want my child to talk, and the child is not even close to talking. So you as the expert need to be able to help the family figure out, well, what are those skills that we need to do before we work on just words. So you need to sort of be like an investigative reporter, You're trying to figure out what's going on with the child and with the family.
Yeah, for those who are starting this career, all the best in your future endeavors. It's very challenging work, but very rewarding.
Absolutely.
I'm sure, yeah. So yesterday during the press conference, we met some parents of children with autism. So what guidance can you offer to parents of children with autism spectrum disorder?
Yeah. So I think we've learned a lot in the United States from parent advocacy groups. It's through parent advocacy groups that all of the federal legislation happened. So parents banded together, they went to Congress, our federal government, they pushed for their children to go to school. And the government listened. So that's really important, that you can sort of band together, you can advocate for certain things, and the government listens and they try to change things. So back in the 70s, children with disabilities were not in public schools, so they could be excluded. The teacher could say, this child doesn't belong here, I'm not going to teach the child. And that changed. It became a federal law that all children have the right to go to school, to the public school. And they would either go into a specialized classroom with specialized teachers, or they would go into the general education classroom with supports so that they could, flourish. And so I think that was a game changer. So children at age 3 could go to preschool, what you call kindergarten, and then when they turned 5 or 6, they would go into the general classroom. So it's really important that kids go to school. Parents need to be able to send all of the children in the family to school, both the neurotypical and their children who have disabilities, and to know that they're being educated. And as Temple was saying, starting early is important. So we need to start really, by 3, the recommendation in the United States is 6 hours a day of schooling.
Thank you. So you gave guidance and advice for the future professionals in this field. On a personal note, what inspired you to become professional in the field of child development and autism research?
So a long time ago, I was a teacher, special education teacher, and I was working with babies, actually, birth to about 3. And I had training in teaching kids with disabilities. And I met a little girl that we would teach her one thing one day and then she'd forget it. She was just really different kind of child, and I had no idea what to do about her. She had a lot of sensory sensitivities. She wasn't interested in engaging with us, and I had no idea what autism was. I mean, this was 35 years ago, or 40 years ago now. Anyway, I didn't know what was happening, and I feel like now, if I knew then what I know now, we would have been so much better equipped to help her develop. So after that, I went to graduate school. I learned a lot about autism, and I ended up at UCLA working with a mentor that had a very developmental approach to autism. And so I think, just was really interested in kids and their development. It was so interesting, and how you can shape that. So that's kind of where I started.
That's a remarkable career. Thank you for your contribution. So you mentioned U.S. experience and somewhat international experience. You know a little bit about what's going on in Kazakhstan. Would you please think us how we enhance early diagnosis and intervention at the community, maybe even national level, just on maybe organizational level at certain institutions in the field of autism. And what should autism-focused organization prioritize first, in your opinion?
Well, I think you've done a remarkable job of having a center. I think for a lot of countries where they don't have an infrastructure for services, they start with a clinic or a center. And I think that's really an important place to bring people together for both training of professionals, awareness with families. So I think that's a good place to start. But then you need to move beyond that because you'll have limited reach when you have just a center in like the cities. So how do you then train a lot of professionals across the country? So that is kind of a first step. So the professionals need to know how to, you know, sort of assess or identify the kids first, but then quickly getting them into help or services. So it's not enough to just identify kids. You have to provide some support. And maybe through remote methods would be one way of just giving kind of general information to families as a start. And then I think parents need to sort of push the system, the government system, to improve the school situation.
Yeah, as we discussed, our parents of autistic children are quite proactive in this country, and now the whole society is pushing the government to promote inclusive education. And I totally agree that it's unfair just to diagnose autistic disorder, but also to provide some intervention and support for those children.
Correct. Right.
And Dr. Kasari, my favorite question that I sometimes ask to myself and to my friends and colleagues. So if you had the chance to display a message on a billboard in the heart or downtown of the city of Astana, which is the capital city of Kazakhstan, what message would you choose to address the millions of Kazakhstani citizens, please?
Right, so he gave me a heads up on this. I would think about raising awareness and acceptance of just diversity in general. So either celebrate diversity, embrace diversity. I think one of the things that happened in the United States was we had all these billboards in, I don't remember, it was the 80s perhaps, where they were trying to raise awareness of autism. And so they used billboards. And they had one that just said maybe with a question mark, and it showed a child that had some of the signs of autism. So to get families to think, oh, well, maybe that's what's going on. But of course, you have to have some safety net for kids that are identified. So you can think, oh, okay, maybe there's something going on, but now what? And so you have to have some kind of system that gives the resources. We have lots and lots of resources around the globe, especially in the United States. But of course, you need them in the language here. So raising awareness, Autism Speaks, you know, years ago put out the first 100 days. So after the child's identified, diagnosed, what are the first 100 days? What do they look like? What do you do? And I think that's pretty important for families.
Good. So there are two messages, two billboards. One, embrace awareness, embrace diversity. So what about diversity? How would you sort of specify, what do you think, what would encompass that embrace diversity? So,
what does it encompass?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, diversity is everything. It's people that have a different religion, have different political views, have different race, ethnicity, different levels of disability. So access, if you're in a wheelchair, do you have access to buildings and, you know, courthouses, and can you get on the bus? I mean, just if we start to think that differences are fascinating and great, then we start to accommodate everybody.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. That's beautiful, Dr. Kasari. So this interview, we're ending this interview. I just want to appreciate all your contribution and wish you all the best in all your future fabulous work in the field of autism research. Thank you so much, Dr. Kasari. And and I'd also like to say that Dr. Kasari will be with us for a while today. So if you have any specific questions, please, hopefully you have time to discuss. Not only sign the books, but also if somebody has specific questions, we would really appreciate if you be able to talk to individual specialists and parents. Maybe I'm sure that you have tons of questions about autism, about autism research and Jasper in particular. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Да, также от своего имени поблагодарю.
And we would like to thank Dr. Koni Kasari and Dr. Sharman for such an interesting talk. And right now we're going to be having the first break for coffee. But before we break for coffee, we would like to actually make a presentation. The address to be made by Lori Vismara. And after the coffee break, we will have the presentation to be made by our colleagues from the Naked Hearts Foundation, Mr. Dubnya and Ms. Morozova. Lori Visma, please.
Hi, my name is Lori Vismara, and I welcome you to my presentation. I'd like to begin by thanking the Bulat Utur Muratov Foundation for inviting me to speak at their conference, the 5th International Conference Autism, One World for All, and to thank you for joining me on my presentation entitled Coaching Families at a Distance. I want to begin by noting that parents and caregivers play an important role in how their child learns. And therefore, finding methods that help parents use early intervention is critically important. The last several years have been extremely difficult to do anything in person. And within the context of early intervention to help secure those vital services and resources to families in need. So my hope for today is to explore how distance learning can be used to coach and support families within an early intervention context. And hopefully you will find that you have a few more tools at the end of our time together to do just that. Before I begin, I'd like to disclose that I receive royalties as a co-author on the 2 books you see on your screen. The book here, An Early Start for Your Child with Autism, is our guide for helping parents use what we hope they find as practical and acceptable tips and strategies from the Early Start Denver model, or ESDM, an evidence-based early intervention approach for children with or showing vulnerabilities, diagnosed with autism or showing vulnerabilities in early social communication skills. And the content in this book is attempts to help families engage children, to support learning, to build on the skills and the abilities that are already happening, and to feel more connected as a family. We try to think about ways that parents can blend these strategies into what they're already doing inside the routines and the moments they have with their child, and to spend time as a family feeling confident and capable about their child's development and future. The other book on the screen here, Coaching Parents of Young Children with Autism, is a guide on our ESDM coaching practices, many of which I will touch on in this presentation. And this book is geared more for early childhood professionals wanting to learn how to apply this approach in their work with families. Another disclosure is that I am receiving an honorarium for this presentation. Otherwise, I have no other disclosures to share. So just a brief note about my background. I've had the pleasure and privilege to work in early autism intervention and research for, I think, exactly 23 years. As I shared on the previous screen, I am a co-developer of the ESDM parent coaching model, and I have helped to build the early science and programming behind the direct intervention model, as well as the introductory and advanced workshops and trainings of certification that is available in ESDM, and that came out of my time and work at University of California, Davis Mind Institute. Currently, my work is divided between online or telehealth consultation to families, early childhood professionals, clinics, specializing in early intervention, and university-conducted research programs interested, again, whether it's about early intervention, ESDM, or a big focus of my research and the work that I do is about community dissemination, how to take what's developed out of research, particularly in university-conducted settings, and apply it into the real world for a wide variety of people, not just one subtype who need it the most. And so I have a service that I call ESDM Online that lists, again, different online options for offering those types of supports. And then I'm based here in Toronto, Canada, and I'm a part of a clinic called Growing Minds Toronto Psychology, where I provide family-centered coaching to families in person. Our time together will focus on 4 topics, starting with a little bit of background and rationale for defining family-centered coaching and distance learning. I think it's always important to understand what we're talking about, what it looks like, how we're doing this, and that allows us then to branch into these other topics that once we have a clear definition of what we aim to provide, then what are the coaching qualities or the characteristics that make up the coaching language and actions we, as early childhood professionals, aim to then provide to families. And part of that provision of service is what the coaching process looks like. So we'll get into the organization and the sequence or the flow behind the session structure when working with families. And lastly, I'm going to share with you a pilot study with some preliminary data on parent-child learning outcomes from ESDM distance learning, a program that I created and had the chance to research. So starting with background and rationale, again, defining family-centered coaching and distance learning. There's actually lots of definitions in the field for coaching, and it goes by different names. Parent coaching, parent implemented intervention, parent mediated intervention, parent training, parent education, etc. So it's a term that can be, when there's a lot of definitions for a term, that means it can be used in a variety of ways. And so I think it's important to center on how I'm approaching coaching before we even get into the distance application piece of it. I'm borrowing the definition from Rush and Sheldon here and thinking of family-centered coaching as encompassing adult learning strategies to promote families' ability for child learning and development within the context of everyday activities. And for me, coaching is built on the premise that parents or caregivers, again, who play an equally important role in children's lives and supporting the family, that they are they're adults. They're not child learners. And as adult learners, they have information and knowledge and ideas to share. And so for coaching, to me, it's built on the premise that parents or caregivers as adult learners are capable, resourceful, and creative. And building the coaching relationships then and offering the opportunities to pull out these characteristics from parents and caregivers as adult learners. So for capability, it's recognizing that we're working together with families to help their child develop and learn, and to not treat parents as intervention providers, but as parents. And I'll say more about that on the next slide. That parents are resourceful. They know themselves, their child, and family the best. And they have a wide knowledge base then on, what their capabilities are, what their child's abilities are, those strengths, as well as those needs and vulnerabilities that come up for them and for their child and as a family. And then creative, that we want the coaching process and the resources we offer to really meet the needs and the demands, and again, the abilities of families. And I think when we work together to kind of be creative around the types of intervention we can provide and the way that might look, then we get to try new perspectives. And we might also land on strengths that we didn't quite realize were there, or somehow we get to kind of tune back into them. And so there can be this rediscovery process that's really exciting to see from families. So I mentioned about, parents knowing themselves, their child, their family the best, and the capability that exists there. And the reason why I think that's an important point to come back to is that early learning for young children starts first and foremost with families, inside their homes and the other environments and experiences and relationships that they have and do together. So that extends obviously, within the home environment, but outside of that too, into the community and the other settings that make up their lifestyle, their daily routines. And again, the people who play an important role in the child's and family's life. Young children learn the most and the fastest through these active ingredients. And think about this, when we as providers provide our services to families, we're typically spending 1 to 2 hours per week, maybe a little bit more if our funding allows that. And so even if it's a few times/hours per week, that amount of time that children spend with us will never compare to the amount of time they spend with their families and other important people in their lives. So the coaching approach that that centers my practices is really thinking about putting the coaching resources and supports into the hands of those families and other important relationships in children's lives, and not to, again, turn them into therapists or teachers, but to recognize their primary role in their child's lives, to recognize, again, their knowledge, their experience, their wisdom, and the other support systems to the families that may help to, again, really create this model of capacity to empower confidence, to empower capability, to help move families towards the outcomes they want and need for their child, their family, themselves. So distance learning, it also goes by many names, just like family coaching. And so I'm thinking of it as, well, telehealth, but ultimately it's about using technology to support these active ingredients for family learning and capacity building. And so when we're talking about distance learning, it's providing these health-related services and information to do just that. And there's 2 different modalities in which distance learning can be applied. One is called asynchronous learning. And I think it's important, again, to understand the distinctions here and what each modality involves. So with asynchronous learning, it does not require real-time interaction. Instead, the content or the communication is delivered online at different times. So it's very convenient then to access that when someone is ready. Like sending or opening an email, or posting on a message board, opening a digital document like a PDF, or watching this recorded presentation, that you start, pause, stop, and resume at your pace. So a big advantage for asynchronous learning is that it allows the learner, again, to move at their convenience, to decide when to engage with the information, how much of it, where, etc. And so there's a lot more time and flexibility then to engage and reflect through that content. Some people, though, find asynchronous learning a little difficult because there's not a lot of contact with someone, or with the developer, let's say, of that material. In fact, there can be none. It's just about going through the information by yourself. And some also argue that it requires, an amount of self-discipline to stay motivated to keep engaging with that information by yourself. Now, synchronous learning is where communication and interaction occurs in real time, like instant messaging, FaceTiming, or using a video conferencing program like Zoom to connect with someone. The advantages here is that there's faster information exchange because, again, it's happening live. There, again, immediate feedback, and there's more responsivity there. But scheduling and technical difficulties can interfere with synchronous learning because, if the two people attempting to meet up are not finding convenient times to do so, well, they're not going to meet. Or again, if the internet connection isn't strong, that's going to prevent then the two people from connecting in real time. And so I think, again, related to kind of these two different types of modalities, it's helpful to think about, well, what remains the same when we use them for coaching versus what differs. So I think one of the biggest similarities between distance learning and versus, let's say, like in-person coaching is that regardless of which modality we're using, we as coaches are still there to help mobilize families' experiences for learning. Both distance and in-person coaching, we're trying to facilitate families to think through and recognize what they're doing now that works so that they, keep teaching their child, they keep engaging their child's skills keep growing, as well as what other opportunities families already do or might try with their child to extend opportunities for learning. And, where that extra practice might come in, or how to further skills or take it into other contexts. And with these two frameworks in mind, with what works now and what else we might do or try, then we get to help families feel as capable as possible in continuing to use those practices and wanting to use them, in developing, again, more independence and fluidity to achieve their outcomes, what they hope to see now, what they want to see in the future. And that's really key, I think, this vision here of families, again, feeling confident, competent, and independent with this is because our role as coaches with families is not long-term. It has a start and stop to it. So we want to think that, as we coach families, how to empower their capacity to keep going, not just when we're there, but when we're not there, outside of our coaching sessions. Now, there's also differences between distance learning and, again, in-person coaching. And I think those are important to recognize and evaluate, which is going to be the most supportive coaching modality to help families. So one is to think about what families' comfort and previous experience with technology is like. Some might be very well versed in it, and so it doesn't give them any pause, and others might feel uncomfortable and uncertain or unsure about how to, what it's going to feel like or how to use this in a coaching capacity. The internet connectivity, I mentioned that earlier. We have to make sure there is a decent signal, because if not, we can't have we can't connect. There's a virtual coaching relationship, and that's meaning because coach and parent or caregiver are not in the same room together. And, there's some opportunity here for the coach to think about how to hone abilities to to work towards that rapport, those relationship building ingredients for families feeling like they're still connected to their coach, that there can still be, again, a real, genuine relationship there. And I'll say more about that as we get into the coaching qualities and characteristics behind coaching language and actions. Now, technology, though, also increases access. It can help us, again, connect with families who may not have available or immediate services in their community. They may not live near specialized centers. There may be a limited number of specialists in their area. There may be long wait lists for in-person support. And sometimes technology can open the door to services that aren't there through traditional means. The type of support, though, that we as coaches offer via distance learning does look different than, in some ways, than in-person support. For example, when we're coaching at a distance, we can't model. The coach can't model or physically help and intervene with the child. And so that's important to recognize. The types of learning materials and data collection that we use online, let's say, may look different than what we can offer in person. And I actually think that with distance learning, we can actually have more ways to kind of format and fit these materials and data collection methods to what we see and what families might, what might work better for families in terms of engaging more actively or being able to kind of think more creatively about the early intervention. But it's important that I recognize 2 points about distance learning, that it may not fit everyone's learning style or intervention needs, and it's not intended to replace in-person services. Okay, so let's talk now about the coaching qualities, the characteristics that make up coaching languages and actions for facilitating a supportive, positive working relationship with families. These principles that are here on the screen, they emerge from successful efforts in partnering with parents in a family-centered coaching approach. So full family focus is that the coaches addresses the interests. The coaches are aware and actively thinking about how to address the needs and the priorities and the goals of the members of the family. You know, who's identified in that support system, in that family network. So making sure we find that out and then making sure we get to hear from these vital partners. That coaching with families is led by them. It's helping them identify what their goals are, what's important to them, what matters to them about this early intervention experience, and how to, again, apply the early intervention strategies that we'll share with them to achieve their goals or working closer and closer towards those desired outcomes. Family-centered coaching is built on an important premise that there's deep respect for a family's expertise and lived experiences, and those are sources of wisdom that we want to recognize and make room to hear from families. So respect is a foundation, of this collaborative relationship and the trust that we're trying to build in a coaching relationship. Coaches start with an understanding that all families have strengths, and we're working together to understand what those strengths are, make sure we look out for them, we recognize them, and we build on what's working well for each family. Family-centered coaching is rooted in an understanding of the institutional forces that can prevent families from moving forward. The long and persistent effects of systemic racism and poverty are at the roots of many family challenges that blocks or limits or stigmatizes them from receiving the supports and services they need. Fluidity, this concept is about how coaches partner with families to meet their immediate needs while also taking account of the family's bigger picture and long-term goals. And so I think there does need to be some awareness of that on the part of coaching to make sure that we are getting some immediate effects now, but we're also kind of checking back in about what these bigger next steps look like, what's coming down the road for families, and how can we best support them, not just in moving in those directions, but in how to accomplish what they want, again, as a bigger family unit. And then we have transparency, that coaches are talking with families about the steps involved in coaching, including, the roles and expectations, making sure the process is clear, what's going to, again, like the relationship details and what's going to best support parents at the time that we're meeting with them, as well as outside of the sessions. The potential benefits and risks of what coaching can offer, or what might come out of it, is also, I think, important to make sure families understand. I mentioned the word collaboration earlier, and we want coaching to try to create these strong, balanced, equal relationships with families, centering on what they want as the foundation for change. Families have the power to choose the level and type of support they want, and coaching then does its best to adapt to those choices, following their lead. And then recognition and responsiveness that families are different. Just like every child on the autism spectrum is different, so are the families. And we want to understand what those unique interests are, the abilities, the strengths, and the needs, so that we can meet families where they are, as well as the amount of support they need along the way. So we'll talk briefly about the types of coaching qualities that we aim to use with families, particularly when we're looking to maybe kind of expand our coaching tools beyond what we currently have in our capacity. I think that this approach also provides us as coaches with an opportunity to shift the role with how we engage with parents. If we're maybe used to kind of doing more directing in our language and actions to help parents, then maybe we have an opportunity to think about how to create more balance or more of a partnership approach. And by partnership, I'm thinking of a voluntary, non-judgmental, balanced working relationship where coach and parents or caregivers are learning with one another and from one another. So it's not a one-directional relationship where the coach just supplies all the information, the ideas, and the knowledge to the parent. A partnership relies on shared input where each side, coach and parent, have specialized knowledge to offer the relationship, to help guide the relationship and the coaching process. The coaches have expertise in their professional discipline. There's training, there's been, education, there's been supervision, and there's been, again, a road for coaches becoming coaches. And so there's important information for them to share with families. Parents have equally important expertise about their child, their family, themselves, their lifestyles, what their days look like inside and outside the home, the methods that work best for their learning, the parenting practices that they believe in, that they use regularly, their values, what they want to gain from early intervention, what matters most in their lives. So we want both sides to share their input in order to make informed decisions. For that to happen, coaches need to create the space in order for parents or caregivers to share. Part of that is a recognition of parents as adult learners. I said that earlier. What I mean by that is that parents are not children. They're not here to just, again, be told what to do, just to receive information. They're there in charge of their own learning experience. And so how do we approach that? How do we approach parents, again, as adult partners, as adult learners? We ask. We ask questions to understand. We listen. And what do we ask? Well, what skills are important to parents that they want their child to develop? What skills and abilities are already in place for their child? We ask parents to help us think through the sources of learning opportunities they want to work on, towards, again, the skills that reflect their priorities for whom they want their child to be. And we want to take that context and that parents give us to think about what and how now we can use those intervention strategies to help make those goals a reality, or how to make them happen maybe with more regularity, with it across maybe different contexts than where they're occurring. So we want to know what these sources are for parents. We want to listen to their input. We want to take in what parents share, and we want to build from their priorities, their values, what they're telling us is important. And in turn, we're providing them these early intervention strategies, this content, these recommendations that we know to be important for children's development, and working together then to figure out how parents can use them inside the learning moments they choose and towards the desired outcomes that they want to see from their child. So creating the space, it helps parents hopefully want to learn and practice what coaches are sharing with them. And again, in a really positive, non-judgmental learning environment. And from that, when I talked about capacity earlier, I think of it as encompassing three qualities. That there's competence coming from parents, from their actions and from their language, thinking of it as like self-statements that parents are showing us through their comments and, again, through their actions. I can do this successfully. That there's confidence emerging, again, kind of a self-statement of I trust my ability to do this. And independence, I can do this myself. The coaching process to using these coaching qualities, those language and actions, I think is also important to define so that we as coaches have an organized way to approach what we're trying to support families to do. So there's 5 research-based practices that the field is pretty clear about. And when used with fidelity, meaning the practices are applied as intended to be used with consistency and quality, that these 5 practices will help build parents' capacity. Remember, competence, confidence, and independence. So let's get into, so they're listed here on the screen, but let's get into what each one looks like in greater detail. Joint planning is the coach and parent or caregiver making an agreed upon plan about what will take place during and in between sessions from the parent's goals. And, when we're planning, we're kind of doing this at the start and the end of the session because we want to go into a given session with a clear plan and framework in mind. And then we're working towards that throughout the session. And then we want to end with a recap of that plan, making sure that the original plan we set out at the start still makes sense to do. With observation, we're intentionally watching another person's actions to acknowledge abilities and develop new strategies, skills, opportunities, or ideas. And that occurs throughout the session as a coach is observing a parent and child in action, or sometimes the parent is observing the coach modeling something with the child, which I'll say more about over here. From observing, we're again trying to kind of, we're trying to practice the content from the plan we've set for a given session. And so action or practice, in this case, is the parent really trying to put into effect the early intervention strategies within the context of their everyday life. Again, looking for the sources of their learning to help guide how action or practice take effect. And as the parent practices, the coach is there to give feedback, to comment, to do some coaching, or there might be the coach modeling or even using video modeling as a way to help, again, kind of share the information or consider alternatives. And action and practice is occurring throughout and between sessions because, again, we're trying to increase capacity for parents and children. So the more that action and practice happens, hopefully the closer those outcomes are developing. Now, when I mentioned modeling, this is where a coach, again, might be demonstrating an early intervention strategy directly with a child. I do have a comment to make to coaches about this. I think it's important to be careful that modeling is not our only coaching approach or tool that we use, because sometimes I have found it unintentionally sets a standard that parents think they have to replicate, or I should say duplicate, that they have to copy what they see us doing as coaches. And so when I do model, because sometimes I want to do that because I need to get a sense maybe of the child as a learner or a particular activity or situation to problem solve with parents. And the best way I can do that is by taking a turn myself with the child to get a sense of what's happening and where else we might take it. When I do model, I like to define a role for the parent so that they're still a part of the interaction, even though I'm taking a turn or two with the child. So I might ask the parent to watch out for how I'm trying something in order to give me feedback, to closely observe and watch how their child responds, to maybe look for certain behaviors or to consider maybe other, ways we might approach the behavior or the situation in question. And then it's a brief model for me, and then debriefing and reflecting with the parent before the parent then kind of takes back the activity and again is the primary partner in that interaction with the child. Now, I mentioned reflection. Reflection is happening after each round of action or practice, or again, if there is modeling from the coach. And the goal of reflection is to have a conversation between parent and coach to analyze, analyze the practice, what just happened and what was effective or was working from that practice, so that we're understanding and validating what parents already know and what they're doing versus maybe what else to try or reconsider around new knowledge and skills that might help us get closer to those desired goals and outcomes that the parents have set. And problem solving is another routine practice here, to consider the challenges or roadblocks that families may face as they keep going forward with action and practice in between sessions, so that we can try to explore resources and solutions. Typically, problem solving might happen towards the end of the session as you're coming back to kind of wrap up that plan. And there's a little more detail just on each slide for each of these coaching practices. I don't have the luxury to spend too much time on them, but what I've attempted to do here with each phase is kind of define the major outcome we're looking for. So for example, with joint planning, we're looking for a coaching focus to emerge out of revisiting the topic from the previous session with the family. The coach is asking parents or caregivers about their progress with that last topic, success or challenges that stood in the way of doing as much with that topic or even practicing the topic. And coaches are acknowledging what parents are sharing, but trying to refrain from any real feedback or coaching advice because we don't have the full picture yet until we observe. And I'll say more about that on the next slide. So the little box on pink here is just to give you kind of the quick tips of what to remember to do with joint planning. And then in this beige box here are considerations when planning via distance learning. So for myself, I like to take notes as I listen to families sharing. It's a way for me to kind of organize my thoughts and think about what to say in response. But I've noticed that when I type notes, unless I mute my audio on Zoom, families can hear that audio feedback, and it can be kind of distracting and annoying. So mute yourself if you do type notes through your laptop or computer. And then the other kind of, I think, helpful strategy to do as you're going over that last focus is to pull up that topic handout on the screen. And so, there's great video or screen sharing that's possible through video conferencing programs. And it can look like this. A refrigerator list is what I call it, where we're revisiting again what those topics were, what our plan was from the last session. Now, the next phase here is observation. And so this is where we're working towards fully deciding, again, the plan or the topic for the current session. And what observation means in this context is the coach observing something that the parent has described, but now getting to see it in action with the child to really understand what's happening. So it's not to judge or critique. And in fact, we're not even really doing a lot of direct coaching in this moment because we just want to see what's happening as is. And we get to evaluate then where, the learning that is in place is occurring inside this brief observation, and where the opportunities are for maybe support or expansion or refinement. And so once we see some brief examples from the parent and child, then there's again this reflection to share observations between what the experience was like for the parent and what the coach was seeing between the parent and child. And that helps to again lead to the topic for the current session, which could again be the same topic for continued practice or to maybe apply it in a different context, or something brand new because now the parent and child maybe are ready for that next step. That next goal that's come up for the family. And so whatever plan is set, there needs to be a brief explanation, I think, from the coach around the early intervention topic and the strategy or strategies that are going to now support the topic set by the parent, and again, in agreement with the coach. And so there's a brief topic explanation by the coach of, this is the early intervention set of strategies that might help us move in this direction, and relating it back to the parenting values, the priorities, the practices, so the parents understand they can see and understand the value in this, that they understand that this is in fact, again, supporting the information that they have shared with coaches. And this little visual here is something, again, I like to pull back up on my screen when I am going over a topic in a distance learning session. I like to I like to differentiate the strategies we've already covered by having little check marks next to it. And then the topics that we're going to get into in a given session as part of the current plan, I like to highlight and have, again, these kind of open boxes to show, here's where we are versus these unhighlighted two boxes at the bottom are where we might go next. A last comment I'll just make about consideration for distance learning is, when it does come time to observe, maybe turning off your camera if that helps a parent feel more comfortable as they share something with you. Or again, if your face in the video camera can be distracting to the child, then that's another reason we might turn off the video feature. And if for some reason the parents can't share a live observation, maybe the child isn't present for the session, or it's been hard to keep the child in the room with the parent and coach can still maybe discuss examples. The parent can still elaborate and go into greater detail on what their practice has been like leading up to this session. And so there can still be a plan set from discussion between coach and parent. So from that plan set, a reminder again that we're moving into action and practice to increase parent-child skills. So we're practicing whatever plan we set. There's comments from the coach to help, again, acknowledge and validate the skills that are in effect, as well as brief comments to help maybe increase opportunities or expand them to other contexts, or maybe the parent is just kind of out of an idea for a moment, and so, the coach can give a quick thought. But we're trying to just keep the action and practice in effect and not have longer discussions that might disrupt or derail that action or practice. So we want to save kind of longer talking points for reflection. And as we are supporting, again, parents and children practicing, we want to make sure that practice has some variety inside of it. So there is generalized learning around the early intervention and the skills we're trying to support. That might be practicing across different activity types, like not all with toy play, but maybe things without toys, or it could be like snack or getting dressed or diapering, or talking about other routines that maybe we don't get to be a part of in the actual coaching session, but that are still, important to try to talk through with parents about how they might put these strategies in action inside those routines. Considerations for distance learning, I think, is that when we're watching parents, again, making sure that we're honing our abilities to recognize any signs of parent discomfort through their body language, their tone of voice, their facial expressions, etc. And that we, again, as coaches, need to be aware of our body language too. And that I think even though we're not in the room with families, we can still, I believe, convey awareness, sincerity, and warmth, again, through our own posturing and our own facial expressions, and the warmth through our voice and presence. And if we, again, can't get into a lot of different action or practice with the parent and child in a distance learning session, well, we can still discuss with parents, what kinds of activities they envision trying this with, and doing our best to still kind of formulate a plan through discussion. I already mentioned reflection happens after each round of action or practice, and it's helping parents see and understand their actions to child behaviors. So coach and parents together are each sharing knowledge, about those rounds of practice to each kind of weigh in on what stood out to them, what worked, what didn't work. From a coaching perspective, there's 4 types of reflective tools that we can use. So I just wanted to touch on them very briefly, that, questions or observations and statements that are made can be about increasing awareness for parents, for parent knowledge of what they already know or are doing. The questions or statements can be more analysis driven to help parents evaluate their current actions to the outcomes or what they wanted to have happen. Questions or statements can be about considering alternatives or options in terms of what else parents may try to obtain desired results. And lastly, questions and statements can be action-oriented, again, to help develop and decide the next steps parents want to take for practice between their coaching interactions with us. And these are just some example open-ended questions and statements for each reflective category. So for awareness, you can see them off to the right here of the screen. For analysis, they're below the box. For alternatives, they're to the left of the box. And for action, they're above and to the left of the box. So they're there for you if these are ways, if these give you as a coach kind of ideas or example, sample language on how to maybe kick off these reflective conversations with parents. So let's see. So I already talked about our goal with reflection. Sometimes, again, when I'm reflecting with parents, I like via distance learning, I like to pull the topic handout back on the screen. It helps to kind of, again, highlight, the key reflections parents are sharing with us. And through these reflections, we're trying to revisit the plan or work towards the plan we set, again, on how parents are going to keep going forward with this information. Now, a plan has to, again, consider problem solving for what might interfere or what else we might need to have in place for ongoing action and practice to keep happening. So the plan is ultimately parents deciding what to practice from the session with us, when, where, and with whom to do this with. And as we set that plan and we're laying it out in I think in some type of handout that parents have following the session, well, I think it helps to confirm that parents and coaches are on the same page, that there's a mutual understanding and agreement, or it helps to clarify, what might need to be adjusted or reconsidered so that the plan is very reflective and best represents parents' priorities, that it aligns with, again, what they want to see happen and what they want to do. So a plan, and I like to call it a practice plan. This is an example here of one that I put together for a family, again, based on the coaching session structure I'm taking you through. And I think something important to remember about plans is that they're always a living document, because we're always, again, adjusting, adding, deleting, starting over, whatever we need to do that supports what parents want to take out of a coaching session and what they want to keep going forward and with their child. And also that the templates or the formatting that we land on supports parents' learning style and is responsive, again, to what parents are sharing with us, to their feedback and input. And the way that we figure that out is that we ask parents for feedback, about how this, for example, this template resonates for them. If they're using it, then that's a pretty strong example that that it's registering for them. If they're not using it, then that might be an opportunity to ask if there's another way to approach, the information. So with distance learning, I like to share the plan on the screen. Even if I'm kind of, typing it out during the session, I can kind of show parents what I have so far to ask for their feedback. And I can show them different template options too, to figure out which style, again, may best support their preference and their willingness and readiness to keep using this. I'm going to leave you with 2 resources. If you'd like to use them, they're there for you. If for some reason they're not included with this recorded presentation, my contact information is at the end, and you can reach out to me and I will happily send them to you. But this first resource here is Coaching Practices in Early Intervention, and it's just a layout or a reminder of the coaching practices, kind of to the session structure and flow that I've shared with you, so that if it's a helpful recap of an approach that you want to use, then it's there to help guide you on how to structure that and try that with families. And this other resource, an early intervention visit summary, is just if you need a way to kind of prepare your session, to take notes during your session, or to help, again, kind of document, what happened in the session. This is something that I use in each of my sessions, again, to help organize, think about, and carry out the session. So I'm happy to share it with you if that would be of help. Lastly, I'll just touch on some research findings from an ESDM distance learning program that I was the lead principal investigator on. And this was a 3-year study divided into 3 phases. The ultimate outcome from this was to develop an ESDM parent coaching package that would be feasible for community early intervention providers to use with families. Sometimes, even though we have I think a lot of different resources in ESDM available to families and providers throughout multiple countries. Sometimes it's still hard to figure out how to actually put these into effect and into the hands of families. And I mentioned earlier, our parent guided book in ESDM, but it's a really big book and the chapters can be quite dense, and there's a lot of just complex information. And it doesn't mean it's always, and actually I should say too that, you know, as adult learners, we come into learning experiences with different ways we like and prefer to learn. So I think sometimes having more than one way to engage with content hopefully makes the information, again, more readily available and accessible, in this case, to families. So I was really eager and curious to see whether I could kind of condense our ESDM parent book into a coaching package that would be easier for early intervention providers, you know, out in the community without formal training in ESDM to use and want to use, and that would support families' needs for their young children. We're talking about in the United States, early intervention programming funding up to children 3 years of age, and then the funding sources change. So phase one was about adaptation. It was about abbreviating the content from our ESDM parent guided book into 3 main topics on how to initially support children's attention and motivation to engage in interactions with others, on how to then start to increase social communication skills, and how to turn up those opportunities for learning inside maybe other contexts that families had yet to try with their child. And so we landed on this coaching package, and we piloted it with 6 families inside a workshop that was in person. Families, parents and their children came to our clinic. This was in Denver, Colorado at the time. And they came each day for a few hours for 5 days. And the workshop consisted of coaching parents and their children through these 3, again, ESDM topics, as well as bringing the parents together while childcare was provided for their children, so the parents and the coaches could talk through these topics and listen and share ideas with one another about how to use them. So there was kind of a social support system there too going on. After the 5-day workshop, then coaches continued coaching families across 6 monthly distance coaching sessions that were 1 hour each. So that was phase one. And we had really good feedback and data, again, for how families, parents and children responded to this abbreviated coaching package. We also had clinical input from the coaches themselves and from our community partners. Again, they're the early intervention providers out in the community whom we were ultimately trying to develop these materials to use with their families. And so from these different groups, we revised and refined the 3 topics that made up our coaching package. You know, some of it was just about kind of tightening up content or landing on better ways to describe it with families, having maybe other learning materials that might, again, make the information, you know, easier to grasp and use. So with that refined package, then we shared it with 4 new families in phase 2, but all through distance learning. So we still had a 5-day workshop, and we still had 6 monthly distance coaching sessions. And again, so all of our interactions with families was online this time around. And then phase 3 was now about taking this final coaching package and supporting, again, community early intervention providers to use the package themselves with families on their caseload. And so providers connected with our coaching team across 2 half-day distance learning workshops, just to go through the content, make sure we all understood it, you know, in similar ways. Again, looking if there was any revisions to be made, for the information to resonate more readily with providers and or their families. And also talking through the coaching process and the coaching qualities that I shared with you in this presentation. The results I'm going to share with you are from phases 1 and 2. Phase 3 right now, that data in terms of how community providers use the coaching package and what kind of outcomes it led to for families is still under analysis. So 4 main points to make about the outcome data from phases 1 and 2. Number 1 is that parents who went through the workshop, both in person and distance learning, and then had those follow-up distance coaching sessions, all increased in their capacity to use the ESDM. They showed increased confidence and satisfaction in using the ESDM. It aligned with their parenting practices, again, with how they want to parent their children, with the kinds of outcomes they wanted to see for their child. And many parents also felt that they understood early intervention better as a result of participating in this program, because they could see the impact that the techniques had for themselves and in the quality of their relationships with children, as well as other family members that maybe they hadn't necessarily brought into the early intervention process for different reasons. So there was kind of stronger advocacy for understanding what early intervention is about, how to maximize those resources for the kinds of outcomes they wanted to support in their child. And again, feeling like they could bring in their support systems to also learn from the early intervention program. And so that more people supporting the child were kind of doing similar things then. Parents actively involve their child through the developed learning goals that we set together. So there was active engagement, there was active learning going on inside their interactions, and parents were targeting the skills that they had set for their child as part of the goals that again coaches and parents landed on at the start of the coaching relationship, as well as other unplanned skills that parents organically taught and supported and facilitated from their child. So, it might be, for example, that the parent was really conscientious on wanting to support their children's communication skills. And so we saw that momentum happening where the children were becoming more intentional communicators. But in addition, imitation was was also increasing. A child's ability to imitate a new play idea from a parent on how to maybe use a toy in another kind of more creative way than the child initially knew how. Or, as the child became more skilled with play skills, their ability to use their hands and their fingers, became more pronounced and skilled through the play actions they did. So we saw some kind of collateral, again, unintentional, but equally important gains and these other skills that weren't directly on the child's list of goals, but that were happening nonetheless. And this type of growth was happening not just in play, but in other caretaking routines, because again, the majority of distance coaching was done online. And so we could go into families' homes that we may not have been able to do in a traditional in-person coaching relationship. And we could see more inside families' homes. We could see more spaces, more rooms in their homes, as well as a wider variety of activity types that they were doing. And I think that helped to, again, help parents to feel more confident and capable and independent, and therefore support more skills from their child. Now, distance learning was effective for many of the families we supported in this project, but not for all. There was one parent who just did not feel like a distance learning relationship gave them the support they needed, particularly to address certain behaviors from their child that were really that they were just uncertain and felt kind of overwhelmed with how to manage. And so for that family, we were able to switch to in-person coaching. But overall, for the other families, the distance coaching allowed greater visibility and support of real-life situations. We were also able to reach families from areas that we may not, again, have been able to support through in-person coaching. So we had families across greater diverse backgrounds, from a variety of ethnicities, from income levels, education. Some families were single parent families, others, two parents in the unit. So there was variety there, and that was nice to be able to reach out and support those who were willing to participate in the program. Some acknowledgments, though, around the study's limitations. This was a pilot feasibility study with a small sample size. And again, I'm sharing with you kind of the overall outcomes, but not so much the individual responses, meaning how each individual parent-child dyad did in this study. So I need to acknowledge that I'm just giving you kind of the big picture here. And that COVID-19 was going on as we were running the study, and it did complicate our recruitment, kind of leading to the smaller number of families we were able to support. It also complicated our design because we had intended to compare this this coaching program to families receiving it either in person or all through distance learning at the same time. And we were unable to do the in-person piece because of COVID. And we also couldn't do the longer follow-up period that we had originally planned. Lastly, the outcomes I'm sharing for you about the child are all about the learning goals that parents set and how consistent and frequent and successful they felt, and that we saw them doing in targeting those goals. So these are proximal, meaning direct behaviors that we're looking for in terms of change from children in response to this intervention versus standardized measurements. I don't have that data, so that is something just to be aware of. In closing, just a few recommendations and final thoughts. I think it's important when we're coaching families to, again, define the coaching, define how we approach coaching, the process, the expectations, the roles, etc., as well as establishing child and family outcomes, being clear at the start of the coaching relationship with asking families with what they want to accomplish from this experience and from the coaching interactions. And then as the coach, being aware of the time frame that we have together so that goals that are set are reasonable and attainable within that given time frame, as well as having sound measurements to gauge progress towards those goals so that we have, again, as observable, accountable ways to gauge if the early intervention is working or if we need to reconsider or even refer out to other programs. And that when we are talking about family outcomes, that certainly we want a major outcome to be families' and parents' ability to help their children learn and to develop, again, to feel competent, and independent. But that there's other tools that I think go into this empowerment, such as families feeling capable of advocacy for their child and themselves, particularly as they move outside of the early intervention system and then into the school system, and understanding what their rights are, what are the resource options, what that system entails. Having support systems, having community access, being able to know what other programs are available to them and how to access them. The information I've shared with you is very quick. I want to recognize that. And when we're talking about distance learning and preparing those types of coaching sessions, there's a lot more information to consider. And so I just wanted to reference this other webinar available on YouTube. Here's the title and the authors. Anna Dvorak is a speech language pathologist and autism specialist, as is Dr. Brooke Ingersoll, who's a professor. They're both based in the United States. And their webinar will go over the talking points that you see here on the screen. There's also two other asynchronous or online platforms with learning materials from different intervention approaches that I want to highlight. Help is in Your Hands offers 4 ESDM learning modules for parents with text, video examples, activity ideas, handouts, and checklists, as well as ESDM coaching resources for professionals. These are both, I should say, free, publicly available again, online resources. I think you have to just create an account, at least for Help is in Your Hands, maybe for the Autism Speaks one too, but again, they're available there to you. And Autism Speaks gives these quick tip YouTube video series for children ages 2 to 9 on how families can use play and everyday routines to help their child engage and share activities and expand their communication and learn a lot more skills. And then final thoughts that in early intervention, what we attempt to offer through interactive coaching has not changed. But how we do this in response to access barriers may. And distance learning may work for some families, but not all. And the way that we figure that out or approach that decision to be made is with families, by us as coaches sharing information, by asking and listening to families and using our clinical judgment along with their families' expertise to make an informed decision together. Lastly, this quote has always inspired me to think about, again, how to make the services and resources I'm a part of as widely available as possible. And so I share this quote with you. If you have a treatment that only half the people can access, you have only half the treatment. And it comes from Dr. Tom Nesbitt at the University of California, Davis. Finally, thank you. Thank you for being a part of this presentation. This is just my contact information. I have a website with lots of free resources, as well as a Vimeo channel that has videos of myself using the ESDM with children and with parent permission to share those videos to be watched, not downloaded or recorded though. And then online booking for anyone who might be looking for online support in the ESDM, either as a family member or as a professional. And lastly, I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. And thank you again for joining me in this presentation. Bye-bye.
Да, спасибо большое. Давайте.
Thank you so much. Let us thank Lori for her exciting presentation. Now we're going to be having a coffee break, and then before lunch, we're going to be having exciting presentations. We have experts by Naked Hearts Foundation, Miss Tatiana Morozova and Mr. Nikolai Dovnya, and they're going to be bringing a light to how the foundation works. So please be back at 1200 sharp, because we're a little bit behind the schedule, so let us keep up with it, and please don't be late, all right? So those who don't know where the coffee is served, our volunteers are going to be showing you. So it looks it is served, the coffee in a spatial area in the atrium. So please either keep your headsets with you, or just don't leave it on your chairs, and enjoy a coffee break. Thank you, and see you shortly.
Так, коллеги, давайте продолжим нашу работу. Нет, я вижу, она идет.
Dear participants, let us recommence again. I just wanted to ask our volunteers, the employees of our centers, actually to invite the participants who might be somewhere in the hall room. Let us get together because, it is going to be a very exciting session. Those who have participated to our conferences before know that it is going to be an exciting topic to be covered. So, the Naked Hearts is a well-known, prominent organization, and you perhaps have heard about Ms. Vadyanova, and this foundation has been dealing with the ASD issues and mental disabilities for a long period of time, and we've been bringing in our participants, Ms. Morozova and Mr. Dovnya. So Ms. Morozova is a clinical psychologist, and she is a member of many international professional associations on early intervention and mental health and behavioral analysis. And in terms of Mr. Dovnya, he is the pediatrician and neurologist. He has written a lot of educational programs, again, in this topic in terms of early intervention and psychological support, mental health of children of early age and those having ASD and developmental disorders. So today they are going to be making a speech that is titled Early Intervention Program Experience in the Work of Naked Heart Family Support Centers. So are you ready? Yes, we're ready. So please, so the Naked Hearts Foundation, Tanya's mic is not working. It's just mine that's working. So I'm going to be starting off. So we've been promised to have a laser pointer and the clicker as well, please, if you don't mind. We would greatly appreciate if it is possible to provide those. Could you please have the presentation on a screen? And I'm setting up a timer because we have certain time frame. We work with children, and we try to keep a clock, right? And psychological support, timing, schedule is something that we broadly use. And in 40 minutes I'm going to be closing the session, and we won't keep you waiting. And a couple of words. In regards to what we do, I'm a neurologist, Tatiana is a psychologist. We have 30 years experience in this area. So let's go. All right, so we would like to provide you with the experience of the Naked Heart Family Support Centers. So actually the foundation has been performing its activities in many countries, and we are represented in the UK, France, Switzerland, the US, Russia, and consequently I'd like to say that the foundation in September has celebrated its 19th anniversary. And now let me go back to the content. And the agenda, it's not. Okay, so the next slide, please. The clicker is not working. So anyway, could you please help us out? So next, please. All right, so here it is. So in terms of the need, we talked about the needs for ASD kids, worldwide, and you could see how statistics gets changed. So those are the CDC data ranging from 2008 to 2023, and the latest publication says that it's 1 of 30 kids. In California, it's 1 to 23 kids. In the south of the U.S., statistics is different, 1.3 1.68 to 1.78. It depends perhaps on how thorough the diagnostics is. You know, in fact, this disorder is something that you may not analyze. You may not make, you know, a CT, MRI, you know, or blood work. You know, this is something that you can't touch. And the number of the diagnosis depends on what's inside, you know, the head of the client, right? And therefore, there's lots of discrepancies in between the approach that, you know, that the parents have and that the expert have, and they're in fact additive dependent on what you know, the experts could do in terms of the terms. Let's play with that early beginning, the end of participation, availability, and so on. You know, our kids, you know, are dependent on the early beginning programs, you know, because we have to, you know, understand what's going on with the kid. You know, for instance, when it comes to Down syndrome, you know, there could be the blood work done beforehand, and before the baby is born, we know that there's diagnosis. However, when it comes to autism, you know, the average age when the kid is diagnosed with autism is 3 years old, right? So let us try to understand why it works well in US. You know, perhaps it works well in US because in their case, you know, the school starts at the age of 3. What is school? You know, it's a guaranteed educational service. It could be a daycare center, a kindergarten that might be having the early intervention program, you know. This is something that is provided free of charge for all, you know. So therefore, the early intervention programs in US popped up as something that is an addition, that is given in addition to the preschool program, right? So the and the kindergarten, in our case, for instance, is not guaranteed by the state, and plastic diagnosis is provided after the age of 3. So in terms of autism, you know, once we get back to our reality, you know, our children don't become the subject to support, right? And the problem is that we have to change the attitude. So once we, you know, copy others' models to include the US, we have to take into account our context. You know, 0-3 is the early intervention that has to be provided. Unfortunately, in many countries, to include Russia, you know, it turns out to be that the kids with autism were excluded from the early intervention. You know, the child may not be subscribed because they're not being diagnosed, right? And therefore, we get adopted this program for parents, you know, like the early birth, for instance, program, and so that they could, you know, could have the service even though the diagnosis was, you know, made later. So I'd like to say that this program is purposed for school students. So what do we know? We know that the interventions with parental involvement, interventions with higher intensity and longer duration lead to greater improvements of, you know, in different areas of social adaptive skills like social adaptive functioning, to include, you know, the IQ scores. So the performance is much better. And I'd like to mention about the, you know, interdisciplinary aspect. I'd like to mention about the family involvement and support. So what does interdisciplinarity means? And it's good to go for Kazakhstan. Once we mention about that, lots of specialties, you know, are missing. We don't have behavioral analysts, or I mean, the quantity is not enough in the state institutions. They don't train the students who might be having the diplomas in behavioral analytics, you know. They're just, you know, a very limited number of those experts. We don't deal with additional alternative communications. We don't deal with chewing issues, you know, and swallowing issues and so on. You know, in fact, interdisciplinarity means that we would have a program comprised of different specialists, in behavior behavioral and communication techniques, and in many sectors we just don't have such speciality. It is just simply missing. So we have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge the fact we may not just, replicate something, copy paste it. Yes, indeed, we have to rely upon the best practices. Yes, but the context matters. Again, going back to the early intervention for children, we have to understand that we have to seek for family involvement. And the program has to be family-centered. It has to be parents involving. It's a great combination of the efforts. Now let's talk about the good news. From one standpoint, it's a bad news. There's no cure, there's no magic stick, and we don't know about the root cause. And there are different types of conditions, and there are different root causes that might lead to those conditions. I was interviewed yesterday, and I was asked, okay, so if you put a magnet over, if you use stem cells, if you, use, the camel milk or whatever, nutrition, or, dolphin therapy or back horse riding therapy, will this work? What about painting? What about arts and so on? Yeah, that's cool, except for medications. Once you think about the treatment, you gotta be very structured, in terms of there is no evidence-based practice. Somebody invented, Mr. A said that, yeah, I know how to treat. Tomorrow everyone is going to be cured. Pay me my money and off you go, right? However, whatever refers to, prohibited substances, that's something that we may not get our children admitted to, right? And it's good to swim with fish, right? It's great to be good at arts, to sing songs, paint well, However, we have to take into account, the agenda, being programmed, being supported, being able to communicate, being able to be engaged, to be involved, actively involved, And only in that case, those programs work. So, again, speaking about the evidence-based practice, this program actually is built on the basis of applied behavior analysis, ABA. And yes, JASPER is an early intervention based on developmental psychology. It is the behavior-based intervention. So I'd like to say that there was a mixture of some terms, Under the behavior-based, we normally look at the process of, behavior, typical behavior for autism spectrum, but in fact it is much wider. AB certification, is not enough for the insurance company to cover your expenses. In fact, psychology is all around, and the science is all around us, You may not just, get something for free, like discount tokens. And, behavior-based science is not something that we are not a part of. We have to realize that. Once we are given a discount, we become a part of the circle. Okay, fine. And they might help us just to improve the conditions. So I'd like to say a couple of words that the researchers are popping up in the US and Australia saying that the early intervention intensive enough, not less than 24 hours per week, lead to the fact that some children from 5, 7, 10% by the teenage, do not comply with the criteria for ASD. So they don't have any manifestations. Again, intensive behavior-based 20 hours early intervention started at the age of 2 years. So now next. So what could I mention about the early intervention programs? So they get splitted into two large groups. So the first one is aimed at key deficits, social skills and communication, repetitive behavior. Speaking about JASPER, for instance, it is purposed to tackle down that group, right? So the deficit in terms of speaking skills. So what would be great for us, if you, after this seminar, come up to a conclusion that there is no universal program that you may recommend for all kids throughout the entire life of the kid. There has to be a module, right? Even though if you have twins or triplets, with autism, it's not enough. Even though if I, give you, an instruction, just throw it away. Nope, it's not going to be universal for every single child. You have to understand what the individual peculiarities of the kid are. If you use just only one instrument, most probably you will just break your car, correct? And there, of course, some focus interventions, the key deficits, of course, the joint attention and repetitive behavior. Those are, the key aspects that we have to tackle down. There are other types of programs. So the clinical criteria is purpose to, change the behavior at the given moment and get the child prepared for other skills, like eating, using a toilet, and so on and so forth. And now let us talk about the types of behavior deficits. So perhaps you're aware about the discrete testing methodology, but this is not the only one methodology. It provides good results. There's lots of repetitions, good instructions, and lots of opportunities to get, the repetitive response and so on. You might improve academic skills, the minor motor, and so on and so forth. However, in order to improve the social skills, this is something that is not suitable. So now let us watch a short video. The standard good frequency, good tempo, and the regular fixation, so that you could understand, and have the picture in your head of what's going on and what we mean in particular, please. We need sound, please. We need the sound. So, the instruction looks the same all the time. Good job. Good girl. High five. You're such a good girl. Tell hi. Such a good girl. Look, during the good sessions, the child receives up to 30 instructions per minute. So what do we do? A child with autism, because of autism, he is less and less exposed to communication and less exposed to human contact. We have to compress the time. We have to make that time efficient. So 30 opportunities to respond. So per minute, we might have, over 1,000 different instructions per day, and the rate of fixation is going to be great as well. So that's something. Once you get trained, to play tennis, you need to repeat the movement 1,000 times. It's just the same. We have the instruction repeated 1,000 times so that the child is able to respond. That's great in order to organize the communication, because academic skills is not enough. You're gonna kill the idea, you know. Don't try to teach the kid how to read or, you know, write. You have to teach social skills, you know. And the next type of the programs is naturalistic strategies and naturalistic interventions, and it's not only Jasper. And from what we have been already briefed about PIT and ESDM. Do we have someone who are ESDM therapist clients? Yeah. And those who are subject to PRT? None? Okay, fine. Jasper? Okay, fine, good. So, naturalistic strategies. Remember, the discrete methods are good for academic, but those naturalistic strategies are good for academic skills, you know, and all the programs have evidence-based, you know, it depends on what experts you have in your range. Next, so here's the example of Jasper. Let's go. Beep beep. Imitates the sound of the car. So, no instructions from the adult. All right, so they're just modal, right? Cabbage. Orange. Cabbage. So the initiative comes from the child, right? Not from the adult. So both of these elements are very, very important to make sure that the child responds. But it is not enough as well, you know, because often once we meet our colleagues from the early intervention spectrum, you know, they say that the program depends on a pedagogical structure. However, we have to remember about the healthcare system. You know, we have speech therapists. However, the speech therapist is under the Ministry of Healthcare umbrella, not under the Ministry of Education umbrella, right? So there's always has to be a combination of different institutions, you know, the healthcare and educational institutions. So 20 hours per week is guaranteed behavior-based therapies, you know, Jasper, PRT, and ESDM. That's a sandwich, right? So you're gonna be exposed to all the spectrums. And we have to deal with assessment of communication, languages, speech. That's a standalone assessment, that's a standalone technology. Yes, based on behavior, yes, dealing with the communications, however, that's totally different. So we sometimes forget about the fact that the specs is fine, diamond is fine, but we have to move forward because, mending is not enough, right? So you can mend, but it's not enough. We have to ask questions, we have to respond to questions, you know, what's your name? And then our kid is just repeating the phrase, right? So a short video, a kid who has a pretty, evident ASD manifestations and speech impairments, and the child is not that well in terms of chewing, doing well, and there's also some other developmental issues. So once that kid came over to the center at the age of 3, he was able to repeat some parts of the words, but not the whole words. And that was just in the beginning of the program. So from the speech standpoint, he still remains, he still remained at the pretty, beginning. But I will demonstrate to you how well he's doing now in terms of, using the iPad. So please pay attention. Yes, I'm listening to you. Ira, I want 3 candies. 3 candies. 1, 2. He said, I want 3 chocolates, please. And he says, more. He was asking for the third one. Let's, good enough, did you hear what he was saying? So, and in addition to the fact that this boy, is able to mend, he's able to attract attention, he's able to answer the questions and ask for something. So here's the other part of the program. The programs for parents of children with ASD. So we live in social environment, right? And his close circles are the most important people for the child. It doesn't matter, what celebrity is the most popular in TikTok. What matters for him is how his family members communicate with him, and if the family members are depressed, if they think that he's having a schizophrenia, and if he doesn't understand that he's going to be just shouting all around, and if you put together all of these ifs, then we could see a very complex situation, and we get to deal with a very complex behavior, a lack of understanding, a lack of understanding and so on, and they think that he is not able to communicate, he is not able to convey a message and so on. So in order to avoid such a outcome, we have to help the parents out, because if you don't help the parents, you will find yourself in a very complex situation. A child with autism, may be born in any family. They don't have to be necessarily doctors, they don't have to be necessarily those aware about autism, and our objective is to help the parents out. I make an example. It is expert-related area. You can pick a TV set, independently. You could look at the size of the TV set, the diameter, and then in a week time you will be an expert in TV set. But please try to, choose how many Tesla the MRI has to be, provided for your child to make the brain test for your child. You have to study for 12 years. Try to identify the set of exercises. You have to spend 8 years, and you will need to be relying on best practices that are to be translated into Russian and Kazakh. In order to have it all done, you gotta have the parent-mediated interventions. And let's start from the fact that the children don't have the unified program to support the children. The age is different, parents are different, needs are different, and the most complex in our context, and I think that in your context as well, is to service coordination. In order to be able to coordinate the service, and you just provide the list of telephones and tell them, perhaps they have some slots, have a look, that's not a coordination. It could be useful, it could be not useful, but in fact we don't have a unified, local expert who would be, a one-stop shop for these parents. You need to, have an appointment and so on. But in fact, the idea is to have a route, right? To have a very clear prescription for parents. However, the routing doesn't help. Because what is the route? The route is people who are impactful, right? So publishing the information on a website, again, is not enough. So psychological and educational programs, so that's something easier. So let's speak about these peculiarities. Well, actually, the service to be provided to through the parents who will, understand the programs, understand the content, and so on. So that's a certain set of programs. Perhaps you heard about the program Early Birdie. Oh, good. So that's actually a reference to educational program where the parents get trained to understand what autism, but how it looks like. How should we talk about autism with your family members, how to play, but not with the aim to enhance the developmental developmental peculiarities, but to be able to master the issues. Our ESDM colleague, told about the CSD and WHO program, that is aimed at training the parents who have children with ASD. And the second large programs is the parent-mediated intervention, PMI, once the parent becomes a therapist for the child, under the supervision of some other experts. It includes PMI for key symptoms to include the SDM, in Jasper. So you would work through the parents, and it's possible to have those problems online. So I think that you've participated in those programs. This is something that has been existent in post-Soviet countries, and less of those programs exist in the Western countries. And PMI for maladaptive behavior, right? Whatever refers to unlikely behaviors, food, sleep, toilet, and so on. RUPI program, for instance, that is aimed at a maladaptive behavior. So let's talk about the pros and cons. So parents-mediated intervention. Next one. Yeah. So actually the parents-mediated intervention. So the parents-mediated intervention, they are aimed at different programs, right? Plus, the parent receives different services, so cons. A great pressure over the parent, and for instance, you are a teacher, accountant, a salesperson, and you have to be a therapist for your own child. That's hard. And not all parents are obliged to do that. We have to understand that those programs work on an individual basis. We have some parents who are easygoing, in terms of programs and being a therapist, and the other parents get irritated, It's indeed the early birdie actually, makes the stress less, the stress that the parents have less, but, different programs, different results. We got to understand that. And here comes the Early Bird Parents program. It exists in Russia, it exists in Kazakhstan. So this is autism specific for preschool clients. And in terms of the criteria for inclusion, the age is limited with 4 years for UK clients. Why? Because in UK, the school starts at the age of 4. But in our case, it's from the age of 1.5 and good to go to up to 8 or 9 years. So that's a group program. Maximum 6 families may participate. However, there is a limitation in terms of train the trainers opportunities, We have a very, very small pool of trainers, so therefore we need to have, CSTs and so on and so forth. Our slides will demonstrate information about the CSTs, and here's the parents program, parenting skills training called 9 steps. They said, okay, fine, and we just, changed the logo, and in fact, that's good to go in terms of being downloaded. However, those materials exist, non-autism specific and purposed for countries where the autism is not diagnosed. And Early Bird for early bird, you gotta have a diagnosis. But this program is a bit more generalized, and it doesn't need the child to be diagnosed. However, the child might be having some, some manifestations, but it's hard to be diagnosed, for instance. And the next program is Jasper, and here comes the guidelines on Jasper, but in terms of Jasper, as far as I'm concerned, this week, Jonathan is going to be having the first training sessions on Jasper. Now, why kindergarten? A question: where should we provide the support programs? Right, we heard from parents that that they have to bring the child to different places in order to get those 20 hours. Ideally, this has to be the preschool institution. Because the child spends a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. It could be lengthy. There has to be a context, and it's good when the service is provided in a place where the preschool is located. Instead of rushing into millions of different locations. So, again, combining a program. So the kindergartens and schools have to be exposed to training, and to have the resource support and knowledge. However, it's impossible to have a segregation, when you would put the children with autism separately from the other children, So we have 6 more minutes, so we have to rush. So it's very, very important to be with the same aged children, and this actually has a great impact. We will talk about the employment, but we have to remember that an employment opportunity is correlated to the fact whether the child was attended in an inclusive or, segregated environment. If it is the second option, then the employment opportunities will be more limited, or the child isn't going to be well communicating. So a short video, just a minute of your time, and then we will have 5 more slides.
Привет, это мой детский садик.
Hi, this is my kindergarten. I like to be here. I have a lot of friends here. One of my girlfriends' name is Diana. Diana is 4. I know that she has autism. I heard that previously she didn't make friends, she did not talk, she didn't want to listen to what she was told, and she needed to be surrounded by the adults all the time. Mom and dad couldn't rest and go to work. Diana is in a special program. She has lunch, she works with us, she plays with us. She's having a great time. Diana is my friend. She's so cool. I like this girl. Sometimes, of course, she needs to be helped. Everybody is ready to help, the adults and the children. Helping out is so great. The Naked Hearts Foundation has created a system of special services for children with special needs. So Diana, in addition to preschool program, is exposed to communication training, as well as administration support and sufficient resources. So we have to understand that that's a program that is combining the development of generalization of all adaptive skills, without any exclusion. We have a program for parents who, may not use packs, and, the parents would tell us, oh, your kids, your packs are, something that don't make any sense. Inclusion is not possible, so again, there has to be a support from all possible direction. There shouldn't be any separate, segregated institutions, or we shouldn't be keeping kids at home. So let us talk about the training peculiarities. It is important to train in an inclusive setting of all the experts, those who deal with children with autism. Security guard also, and everybody has to, be able to respond to mending. And next, employee training is more than just attending. And, adults learn by doing, it's not about lecturing, it's not about attending a workshop, there's lots of evidence to that. And we come up, with such a term as fidelity, right? And compliance with the protocol. You won't be able to use Jasper, neither any other inclusive programs in kindergarten. It's like if you are told how to drive a car, it's impossible for you to drive a car, without a practice. You gotta practice. You have to do this program together with those who have already been doing it. And because of that, we got stuck in terms of academic standpoint within the universities, because the universities, are somewhere, elsewhere. They would lecture for 30 days without doing it ever. So now let's talk about the classical system, which is, a bad telephone, all people teach each other, and eventually, what we have is, Jasper is not Jasper, ESDM is not the ESDM, the PACS is not PACS, the kids are not the kids, the discrete test is not the discrete test. So in fact, there's fidelity, and it is not only what is done, but how it is done that matters, and in US, in terms of university performance, the performance is great. However, the fidelity is about 60%, Just imagine that you would bring some medications and then you would use some solvents, and eventually you get, water mixtures, Coca-Cola added, and so on. So this is something that we don't want, and we don't want our children to be assisted by those who don't know what the true program is, right? So that they could have not an original prescribed program, but instead getting something not original. But in order to master Jasper, you need to go through the entire process. This is it. Sorry, so 40 minutes. Okay, so the next slide is purposed for us to talk about what can be done to improve the quality of assistance programs. So practices of proven effectiveness should become an integral part of training for professionals in the higher education system. And here comes the example of the inclusion of a specialist, in JASPA program, for instance. And we have different components here, the environmental preparation, for instance, like following the child, game routineness, and expansion of game routines. And, it's just the same, logics, putting together all of the aspects of the program, and you could see the total score, which is 98.71%. In terms of self-assessment forum, again, there's a cert model, just the same. The targeted behavior is, demonstrated, so not less than 70% of performance is expected. So thank you so much for your attention. and we have poured a large volume of information on you, so hopefully you will be in a position to absorb it all. I think that we have a couple of minutes for that. Thank you so much, Tatiana and Slava. We don't have a lot of time, but lots of materials, but the good news is that Tatiana is going to be having one more presentation today. However, you will have a chance to catch up with her. Perhaps you've seen, but our colleagues from the foundation brought us the gifts. They brought us the books that will be distributed free of charge, and they are placed somewhere next to the registration boxes. If you don't have a chance to have those, you may download them from our resources, so please do it directly and download the electronic versions. So, and plus, on the top of what I've just said, if you haven't looked into the gift bags that we gave you, please do so. Yeah, they look great, and please don't hesitate to check what's in there. Okay, so we have a couple of minutes for Q&A to our experts. All right. No questions? Okay, fine. Could you come closer, please? And our colleagues will bring you a mic. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your great presentation. I just wanted to ask you, in terms of an opportunity to treat those children who have issues with nutrition, can I rephrase your question? What types of questions? It's often when children don't eat solid food and just consume liquid food. You mean not the diet, but the selection of food and so on. Or yes, we do. And we don't have a separate feeding clinic when they deal with food issues, food taking issues, but we include a special component if it is need be. But this is something that we do when we have a serious concern regarding this feature. For instance, if there's something that irritates a parent, if it is an obstacle in terms of communication, then we can do it, because we are very limited in terms of training. Not the training, but intervention. But whatever is concerning the parent might not be, as important for the child. But in fact, we don't concentrate on that aspect, the feeding. But under such programs, we try to identify the most important issues, the visual support, and the evidence demonstrate that making a selection of food is based on sensory integration. And it has less to do with behavior analysis. So it has to be a critical component for the given child. Good afternoon. Vyacheslav, thank you so much. And Tatiana, we gladly listen to your information, very interesting and useful. My question is that what is the part of your comprehensive program for interventions, in addition to Jasper? What is your attitude to Miras therapy and some other options? And the second question, could I ask you, do you speak French? I speak English and Korean, but I don't speak French. if you need to study French, will you join the Miras? I would hire a teacher and I would listen to French speech, or you would try to talk to the French. So my personal opinion regarding tomatoes shouldn't be, your business now. So there are lots of methods. I listed floor time and so on. Of course, we don't know the root cause, right? We don't know anything. Once we get audio, magnets, medications, whatever, the biological method, perhaps they treat something, but not autism. Because for key deficits, to communicate better, to improve your speech, in order to have less stereotype behavior, in order to develop socially, not a single biological method of treatment has been invented. I can argue with you harshly. I'm ready to argue, Would you give us a chance to answer? We are not arguing. You asked for an answer. I'm answering. I would like to say that I don't know a single evidence that would be a part of a systemic literature review that would be of evidence of effectiveness of biological treatment for autism. And that was a very important question. I just wanted you, personally, as psychologist, as a neurologist, from all of the autism cases, Temple Grandin said that great minds could be different, your question, please. So, is it real to, become a norm, So actually, we're speaking about the studies that demonstrate that early interventions, behavior-based early interventions, we speak about without serious morbidity, without intellectual dispairments, to become a norm, his behavior is not in compliance with, ASD criteria. Perhaps that child may be diagnosed with something else, but not autism. This is something that the lately made studies demonstrate. It is not more than 10% of kids comply with the full ASD. This does not mean that the child isn't going to be having any issues, non-key deficits related. You use the term that is not acceptable, the norm. There is no norm, so to speak. While asking you questions, you mentioned about this word, but it's not acceptable currently. What is the mean person? What is the average person? What is the mean characteristics? From a social standpoint, what age, what sex, what weight, successful in terms of work, successful in terms of family, makes a lot of money, never gets sad, never gets depressed, never whatever. And he is not alive. Such a person does not exist. We have to understand that there's no norm. And it makes our discussions more complex. Because, self-advocates say that, we know about the norm. We function perfectly well. We are whatever. We are the happiest on this planet. But in fact, should we actually be diagnosing them with some measures, perhaps they would, come up to an average picture in regards to how the average person would look like. However, the ASD diagnosis may be made only once the person has the, considerable difficulties in terms of daily routine from a social standpoint. No, we are not all having autism. That's not true. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Svetoslav and Tatiana for this wonderful presentation. They're here with us, so if you have any questions, you may use this talks. And the last question, if you want, there's just one. So, is it possible to, purchase your books? So, our foundation is charity based. So the foundation works with donors, with regular people, with rich people, with corporations and stuff, and they provide money so that everyone has an access to information. We may not differentiate, we disseminate. You may get an access using the website. So in this regard, we're pretty limited, and I'm happy that we're limited. It doesn't give us, an opportunity to sell you out our books. No, we don't sell anything. But you may download them, yes? Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can, bring them over to the printing office and have it bended and stuff. So with this, dear participants, allow me please to announce a 1-hour break and be back at 1400 sharp. And after the lunch, we're going to be having a nice Q&A sessions, lots of topics to be covered, and I can see the parents who wanted to make the speech to become speakers, and they're here with us today. They will talk about employment issues, psychological support, and that's a great topic to tackle. So again, we're going to be waiting for you here at 1400, and enjoy your meal. Thank you.
1, 2. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 7. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. Один, два, три. 1, 2, 3. 6, 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. Один, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7.
Ну, мы продолжим нашу конференцию, дорогие участники, дорогие коллеги, друзья.
Participants, dear friends, yes, indeed, we're going to be having a new speaker. And our director is going to be getting connected, and then we will proceed further. So right now, I would like to introduce to you and start over the second part of the day and give the floor to Mr. Miras, who is the president of the Association of Social Innovations in Kazakhstan. So he is the founder of Greental Social Company. So the workshop has different types of industrial workshops, and under one roof, there are different social categories who get trained, with those having mental disorders as well as hearing impairment. So Emin is going to make a speech on special needs people. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. And today we're going to be having a very important event. I would like to congratulate you with the fact that we had this event. So I've devoted 8 years of my life over to the social responsibility, and we work with the most vulnerable layers of society, and we've developed unique technologies allowing us through the labor-based socialization to rehabilitate different vulnerables. So you know that there's a growth of people with disabilities, and yesterday we had a session at the Senate with chaired by the chairman of the Senate, and we've been looking at different disability-related issues. Currently, we have 719,000 people in Kazakhstan who have disabilities, and the growth rate is, I don't remember exactly, but it's only 27% currently who are employed from those disabled people. And the second issue is related to the fact that, unfortunately, within the society, we have certain stereotypes in regards to those having disabilities. Many employers, you know, are concerned and scared, you know, to employ those people. What are the major news? Last year, the president signed the law on social responsibilities, and those dealing with social issues can get some benefits from the state of Kazakhstan. And the Senate yesterday has announced to establish the Inclusion Council, and the Speaker of the Senate is going to be coordinated that council, and they will engage the experts, subject matter experts, who would, through the prism of their practical experience, could give the feedback of what could be changed in Kazakhstan. Last week, within the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, they created a coordination council for people with disabilities. So this is a sign of the state to be addressing the social issues. And the most important, the state gets engaged with the social society and society at large, you know, into the issue. So we've created different methodologies on how to employ people with, you know, we employ everyone, you know, those who've been imprisoned, those who have multiple kids, orphans, those who have mental health issues, as well as developmental disorders. You know, we have 2 branch offices and 1 head office in Astana. In Pavlodar, we deal with ex-prisoners, and in Kivos stores, we provide employment for those who leave the penal institutions and then have them socialized. In terms of those having autism as a diagnosis, currently, I am glad to say that I don't have a single employee, because those who have been through the system, you know, have been socialized, and I was pleased to see how the kids got transformed and they could find a place, beyond the workshop. I just wanted to share a story about one guy named Nursultan, and he had a very hard childhood. His parents did not understand him, and once he, came over to my organization, we had him do different types of jobs, and within 3 years' time, we managed to open his potential, and I said to him that you gotta go forwards, and he said, I might be degrading, I need to be socialized within the society, and he decided to move over to Almaty, he got employed by the Akimat as a supplier, and, I was in contact with him, how he's been doing, whether he got adapted or not, and he said, it's so hard for me to differentiate emotions of different people, and how I managed to get adapted is once they laugh, I start smiling as they do, I don't understand why they are laughing, and, by mimicking, he managed to get adopted. Now he works as a designer. He is paid 350,000 tenge. He has a girlfriend, and he rents an apartment individually. And I'm so glad for this guy, to find a job, to find his place under the sun. So once I'm asked to help out a kid, the first thing that I try to do is, to get the mom separated from the kid, because in many cases, the parents create very favorable conditions for the kids, and they don't allow the kids to get socialized, and I try to get in direct dialogue with the kid, to understand what the kid is prone to, and we provide the job that the kid is open for, if it is fine for him or her, to work in some area, we concentrate on that, doing a nailing is fine, those could be, mistakes, and that's fine. But once you apply the positive thinking and try to praise the kid, for the good stuff that he or she has done, yes, it takes a long time. Socialization takes up to 1 year in average. However, we have those who have mastered the skills, and I've noticed that category of people are pretty, concentrated on one task, and they're not able of tackling down multitasking. I was trying to find out why they cannot, do the multiple tasking at a time, and I understood that they had a unique capability to get focused on one thing. They can spend days doing one thing. An average person, may not just do this stuff for 8 hours in a row. But those kids, they can do it easily. And it is something totally unique. And of course, the mentorship is really something that works well. If we have the young employee, we would have him, watched by the individual who would have the same diagnosis. I would, keep the mentor responsible for the mentee, and the kid, gets somehow irritated by the fact that the more senior employee is to be bearing responsibility for whatever faults he, the subordinate, would make. And it's important to make sure that they feel responsibility and feel committed. And a system of small jobs works perfectly well in our case. The cleaner, the housekeeper who cleans the workshops, his position is called the chief of tiredness, and he managed to keep the house clean, and the objective of all of the employees to be subordinate to him in issues related to cleaning, In fact, it's just the cleaner, right? But, those little approaches started making, a key shift. Those people, know that they are valued. The next is equal opportunities for all. In terms of social enterprise, this matters, I never act as a boss, but at the same time I could, ask for problems, concerns, and so on. And once they feel that they are being cared of by somebody who doesn't belong to the family, for instance, they get opened. There's a phrase: if you want to be in a position to praise your clients, have your employees be treated like your clients. So again, taking into account that I work with different social categories, that's a great opportunity to socialize and ensure inclusion. For instance, we have people who would be released from penal institutions, and they see how people with disabilities, develop. They start asking questions. How come, they have, psychiatric problems, but I'm a healthy person and still I have such a negative attitude. So, those having mental disorders have a huge impact over the former offenders, for instance. And thanks to that, we have such a great breakthrough in terms of development. How much time do I have? In terms of working with these employees, I understood one thing, that in fact they shouldn't be called people with disabilities. We have to be named as ones having a disability. Why? Because that approach, that attitude towards the work, a desire to be somebody, is so resultful that you understand that they are unique employees. And many parents ask the question, what is going to happen once I'm not here, right? But I can assure you that yes, indeed, there's a future for these children, because the Kazakh society has started changing. We have so many employers who want to create employment opportunities for these people. So we've got to be thinking about what to provide, what to give, rather than what to take. And social responsibility became one of the core issues under the overall agenda. So please allow your child to be separated from you. And I prohibit totally the parents to be at the job station, to observe the working process. And, I make a condition, you cannot stay here. We have our own rules, so you either obey or you are dismissed from the program. Easy as that. So briefly, that's all that I wanted to share with you in terms of employment for social categories. If you have a desire, you may come and visit. We have, wooden toys, felting, design, and the furniture making. And for the entire set of time, I was trying to, break the stereotypes in terms of the kids, to prove that they deserve to live in a world of the equal opportunities. So quality comes first. These kids can do the job and they can compete with the others. So the entire work was purposed for ensuring that, thanks to the clients, we keep on living, and we have to be concentrated on the quality. We gotta be a normal, average business. We have to follow the business laws and regulations. To close. as I think, we have mastered to swim underwater, to fly like birds, but what we're missing is to be humans on shore. And, those kids taught me how to live at a given moment, at a given place. We shouldn't be striving for the wealth. And we gotta be taking care of and making sure that we live at this given moment. And so please, dear friends and dear colleagues, bear in mind that there's future for your kids. It's so important to, get together and perhaps, create conditions for the children. So if you have a wish to have a look at how we work, please, you're welcome. Thank you so much, Emin, for your report, but we're not going to be closing the dialogue with this. We will keep working. Now I would like to invite our panelists to the stage. And allow me, please, to invite Ms. Tatiana Morozova, Naked Hearts. Employed at Astana and the founder of Kunde Initiative, Maulen Akhmetov. No? Good afternoon. Yes, indeed, we have the common issues. You may raise your own issues if you wish to, and we may discuss, overall the topic. I'd like to say that there is a tendency to, shift over from the limited opportunities, to, equal opportunities for all, so that we could have, absolutely homogeneous environment for all. So, in terms of statistics provided by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, in Kazakhstan we have over 700,000 people with special needs. And in most of the cases, those people are employable. So the next question, I would like to understand, what is the situation around those having special employment needs? I'd like to address the first question to Mr. Oljas Umarov. How would you describe the situation in this regard? Good afternoon, dear participants to the forum. Yes, indeed. I'd like to just comment about Astana, and I'd like to comment more about the measures that have been taken by the state, not only in Astana, but throughout the country. I'd like to say that overall, on an annual basis, the government and the ministry develop and introduce the employment support measures for those having special needs. For instance, we have subsidized costs for salaries. We have, again, speaking about non-governmental organizations, we do have such a mechanism that allows you to, in case if you provide employment opportunities for people with disabilities, the Career Center, the state, subsidizes up to 70% of salary. And this project is called Social Employment Opportunities and Social Jobs. So, for instance, if the people with disabilities are employed through the social positions, the Career Center is ready to subsidize up to 70% of the salary. So that's a new practice that was introduced this year. Before that, we had different tools presented with social works, and that was something of demand, and especially in Astana, we had over 400 people who were employed for community works, for instance, and they find, the area that inspires them and so on, so they got a chance to be permanently employed and so on and so forth. And just recently, we have an instrument for employers, again provided by the Career Center. We can pay the expenses for setting up a workplace for a person with disability. The expenses may go up all the way to $5,000 easy. We have entrepreneurs who participate to this event, and they won't let me provide full information. Up to 1 million tenge, this is something that we can cover, so the expenses of the employer that are needed in order to ensure the proper working station for the person with disability. And overall, our Career Center on a daily basis, again, is open for those who are seeking for employment, and again addressing the statistics in 2023. So we have employed 190 people who have disabilities, and overall 1,200 people were provided with subsidized jobs opportunities. And the Career Center also has a special department and employees who deal with this category of citizens in particular. Thank you so much for sharing this information with us. And in this regard, I'd like to address our entrepreneurs and ask you a question. How successful you were in terms of using those measures of support, both available for entrepreneurs and for all of the parties concerned, in order to have this job? So how complex was that? What types of difficulties have you faced before? I don't know how to switch on the mic. Is it working? So, hi. I'm very happy. Why? Because I managed to communicate to a lot of people who are present here today. We have experts, we have parents, those who know the agenda. My name is Maulin Akhmetov. I'm a social entrepreneur, and I'm an alumni of NU. I opened a social cafe here. That's one of the best social projects in Kazakhstan, and we actually became the winners of the social projects contest in terms of social entrepreneurship. My objective was to have a project that would be competing, right? Not only from the business standpoint, but also, perhaps for the first time you will, come because that's a social project and it's something interesting. But, next time you will come because you do guys have a great product, and this is something that we keep working. And in terms of the employment opportunities programs, that's a great program, right? And today they said that, for instance, I have 2 kids who've been completing their training. However, I don't have enough budget to have them employed permanently. And while I'm going to be expanding the workshop, they may not be working. I'm also a teacher, and I don't want to be bearing a risk, and therefore once there's a program that can provide us support, I can somehow partly get rid of some risks as an interpreter and seek for a balance, right? So we're looking for a balance. So the entrepreneur tries to help out, but at the same time, you have to run a good business, right? I want every single town in Kazakhstan to have those opportunities, to have those cafes that would embrace, people with disabilities. I don't only need those who have disabilities. I need entrepreneurs. I need those people who want to make good money. I need to demonstrate that should you open a social cafe, that would be great. That would look great, and that would be, competitive. And my objective right now, within a year, in Kazakhstan, to have similar cafes, not only in Kazakhstan, but also beyond Kazakhstan. We want to compete with the world. We want to demonstrate that our solutions, indeed are great. So 40 people have been resocialized within cafe. They've been permanently employed, and within that period we had 2 weddings, amongst those who participated to the project. There was a divorce actually, and again, that's an experience of normal regular life, right? And that's cool. And those kids who joined the project in the beginning, perhaps you remember us, it was hard for them to communicate, to talk. It was the first employment. Some of them lived in isolation. Some of them had some, mental disorders, and they would be, in-housed within the psychiatric clinics. And now those people are just, having a normal life, the regular life. Janat has a kid, for instance. We have sportsmen and the athletes. And today, if you remember, all of the drinks were made by Arman, and Arman has a mental disorder as a diagnosis, and we work with this guy, and we tell, that's nonsense, he's totally fine. We work with adults, and yes, I'm so interested to talk to the people who are aware about, the people. I love the energy coming from the moms. Moms rule, and in 90% of cases, they're single moms, right? And I think that they are the movement that brings an impetus to the society, wonderful and beautiful women. And I want us to see the link. When I launched the project 7 years ago, I was looking at where we had the least support, and the least support was the support being provided to the adults. Why? Because they help out the children, PR campaigns, charity foundations. It is easier to find money, to support a child. From the age of 15, I was dealing with fundraising. Once they asked me a question, there's a cancerous disease. We need to have $50,000 raised to have a treatment in Israel, But then I realized that that was not efficient from the problem-solving standpoint, and nobody would work with adults, 0 people. And I'm so happy to be the one to launch that campaign. There's so many programs for early interventions, for school students. However, once the person hits 18 or 20, what's next? So a high functioning autism, Asperger's syndrome, I think that yes, indeed, that's something that is providing a hope, and I can understand totally how a parent could feel. But within the framework of my project, I don't think that every single, Steve Jobs or Nash would have high-functioning autism, There's some people, who are so satisfied because they make dishes, because, they work as stewards. And this can bring fun, this can bring joy. Perhaps the moderator is not going to allow me to, but I would like to, raise a topic about the sexual upbringing. That's a very, very important topic to do. But we speak about children. Well, anyway, your children are gonna grow up. So, in case if you are interested, please don't hesitate to ask your questions regarding this talking in particular. That's a great issue to be raised. Thank you so much for your extended answer. And we're going to be going back to it from time to time. But in this regard, I just wanted to mention that, yes, indeed, you keep saying that the full range of support is provided for kids, and it's so hard to help out the adults. We can spend hours trying to develop what philosophy is behind that concept, and yes, indeed, today's children tomorrow are going to be the adults, and they will face inevitably the problems that you've been discussing. So the forum overall, is purposefully been arranged to find the ways out. So the next issue would be the international best practices. And we have Ms. Tatiana Morozova, who is the international expert. And we would like to note that a couple of years ago, your foundation made a study regarding accompanying employment for people with ASD and mental disorders. So you had a great work in terms of having literature review. So would you please talk to us about the changes? And we talked about what we have in Kazakhstan, the special programs and so on. However, would you elaborate more about the international best practices? Thank you. I can give you a mic. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to see, the enthusiasts. The world's been changing, but, very, very slowly. And in Kazakhstan and in Russia, we have pretty, similar backgrounds. The services for adults are much less, And again, speaking about the statistics for those who have autism, unfortunately, in developed countries, up to 80% of those having autism either non-employed or don't keep the positions or work on positions that are not in compliance with education, cleaning, stewardship, with no clients, this is something that we envisage for those having autism, and that's a global tendency. And there's also, some references regarding the, prediction of employment. So the predictor for successful employment is having an inclusive education, right? So the knowledge regarding the diagnosis is also a predictor for employment. We have a few adults with autism, and it's so important for me to understand, should I be diagnosed with some diagnosis? For instance, I have vision disparment, right, or something else, I need to get treated. But when it comes to autism, compared to COVID or diabetes, autism allows you to live, and you should not be treated in a traditional way, right? So there are different options for employment, and should specialized workshops or positions for only people with disabilities, different disabilities, is something that is going to be pretty new for us. The world has been moving forward, and now there is a true inclusion, right? When the person picks not a position for those having disabilities, but all those who have autism could work in different places, educational institutions, IT companies, schools, elsewhere. And what else? There are some countries who have specialized accompanying provided by the professionals, and at the same time, in science it is called the natural support. So the support from the lineal employees with the same position, and often, we have more successful results once you have a professional accompanying, right? Because you render the support, as it was told by Connie Kazari, should the play be arranged by the regular teacher, it could be different should the play be arranged by those specialized in ASD, right? So there are lots of, innovations, lots of practices, and we've provided feedback on international best practices in terms of employment and what peculiarities might be coming up. And the next issue that I would like to mention about is the experience, right? So in Russia, we don't succeed as much. We have lots of gaps, and there could be, a separate talk. But still, that improvement is possible. I would like to continue. Yes, indeed. Emin has touched upon a great topic. And our experienced chief, I didn't want this to turn into a lecture. So in terms of your question regarding the sexual upbringing and sex, that's a really important topic. Talking about the sexual upbringing, we don't talk about, providing the details regarding the sexual intercourse. We speak about the safe behavior. That's really important for our kids with autism, who could be exposed to what? Who can be touched and at what place? Who can touch you? How can we say hello to our family members and give kisses, but we don't give kisses to clients at work? That's a great aspect of work. And this is something that we need to be paying attention to. And the visual support helps those having autism to, build those boundaries. How many text messages can you send? It was a funny story, not within our project, but elsewhere. So a kid asked, how many text messages can I send to a girlfriend, once I wanted to invite her for a date. And he said, 452 text messages have been sent already. How many times can you do that, right? How many times can you ask for date? What is the acceptable social distance? Where do you have to look at while getting yourself prepared for an interview? So those are small questions that need a solution. Why? Because they allow us not only to be employed and to retain the job, but to ensure safety. Because neurotypical people know, what to talk about and what shouldn't be discussed, and what vocabulary to use. But those having autism don't know that, and they need to be taught. Well, we could actually continue. So 2 speakers, have been proposing this topic. So if you're ready. Сюбетов, thank you, Tatiana. I can continue, by the way, So, a person with autism, two higher educational degrees, unfortunately, his parents have died, and he wants to talk about dates and about sexual intercourse. And he doesn't understand that speaking about those topics, get the others confused. And we had to use the methodology for social cycles, to demonstrate, what he can talk about. He understood quite well, so he talks about this only with those who belong to the closest circles. He is ready to work, and he's not ready to keep, discussing the issue at his job. So we have a tendency that, if you don't mention about the problem, it doesn't exist, right? But again, speaking about the, happiness, we mean the love, and should we speak about love, we inevitably have to speak about sex. Well, in our case, we have adults, we have those who are 35, 40 years old, physiologically, the body is functioning, so they have gone through, getting into adulthood period, without having any sexual contacts. They didn't have any, any intercourses whatsoever. I'm going to be keeping, confidentiality without, having labels. We had cases when an individual doesn't know what the boundary is, and he finds himself in a situation, where, he's known in a neighborhood, and they would use this lady as a prostitute, because of her disorder, So we taught her about the boundaries, and she started understanding that, no, the intercourse, for the sake of intercourse is not something that is her choice, And I'm not, I've never been told about the sex by my parents. I would discuss it on the internet. I would, discuss it with my dudes. But the parents have to be discussing it with the child. We shouldn't be forgetting about this aspect. The child having special needs, is unique, is special. He's not going to be having a desire, a sexual arousal, and that's a total confusion. I think that one of the issues of employment, and it's typical for Russia and Kazakhstan, and the issue is that the employment services may not change all the other services, and that's why at jobs we have to deal with non-specific issues. Those are the issues that could be addressed to other services, and those other services have to be, responsible for dental services, for having vaccines made, for, ensuring safety, having no phobias, and so on. So, should we have, concentrated attention provided to a given individual, we would not be dealing with these issues. We would be having an adult who has already been prepared by the other services. Thank you. And again, let's be back to the employment issue. And Emin told us about the fact that they have people with different disabilities, and we have people with special needs, and people from different layers. So you said that that's a great case if, you would have experts a good issue. So, we ended up in one of them had a diagnosis autism, Nur Sultan, the second one. And our SOAR was was confused. She couldn't make a choice, and those conflicts started between those two gentlemen. However, she couldn't identify who the boyfriend. So she asked me a question, can she be with both of these gentlemen? I've never had situations of that nature, but I understood, that this lady had a mental disorder. So, once we, started getting the fights, we said to them, either have this issue sorted out or you will be fired. And eventually, she made a choice in favor of the other guy, not Nur Sultan, who had autism. And then eventually he left for Almaty, and now he's happy. And again, responding to your question, I was, we want to talk about love, and that's perfect. So my question, let me repeat myself. So you said that your employees have zero experience, right? So who helps them out in the future, right? How can we ensure to have people who would already be studying somewhere, vocational schools, colleges? So how to ensure maximum socialization? To be frank with you, the mentorship system is an integral part of our business. We have mentors. Those who would spend 2+ years have already been mentors before, and they know how to do this stuff. And we have some of those who, don't have any intellectual disorders, and they're free to provide the training services to become instructors. So again, I'd like to say that the attitude is fine. For me, they're all absolutely healthy, and I keep saying that, you are unhealthy elsewhere, but not in this environment. For me, you're all healthy, you're totally fine. And sending the employees to business trips is also an integral part of our business. We would have them providing customized service, and thanks to the fact that my employees do have a chance for cross-training and to be, to be employed, and to do different types of jobs, even the girls do polishing, for instance, and I keep saying that, you are able to become, successful. So should you be experts in multiple sectors, you will be successful. Thank you. And to follow my last question, before the audience asks questions, we talked about many initiatives provided by the states of Kazakhstan in terms of providing support to the employers. Could you comment more about that? Could you mention about the social entrepreneurship law, and what has it been covering, what practices have been enhanced, and what windows have been opened? Could you share, the references in terms of what's going on with the mentors? Why shouldn't we be using the same practice and providing quota. We are interested in that institution. Does everybody know about that? How to seek for promotion and raising awareness. So what would be a privilege for a company with 50 employees, 2% benefit or whatever, Could you please provide us tangible examples? Are you aware about that? I mean, the public at large. I'd like to ask Oljas about that. Well, in terms of quota, it is 4%. It is a list of organizations and enterprises. They get benefits in terms of loan support, and it refers not only for those entrepreneurs who are able to provide jobs for people with disabilities, ex-prisoners, orphans, other vulnerable layers of society. You don't have to be trying to find some reason to employ those people. You just need to address our career center. We have, different employers who want to employ people with disabilities, who want to help out. Could I add a bit? Well, we do have a quota. We started looking at what the root cause is. It's not because employers don't want to do something. The Ministry of Labor raised this issue. Let's train HR specialists, right? Let's explain how to work with socially vulnerable layers, because perhaps we would need to, follow the other circle, perhaps we need to tackle the issue down from a different standpoint. And again, in terms of the law on social entrepreneurs, what does it give you? That's a perfect law. It gives lots of preferences, lots of benefits. And I don't want to be, sounding rude, but from 9 preferences, there's only one working. The others exist in papers. Why? Because the term itself, the definition is new, and it needs some time to have introduced. So what norms do we have? So the beneficial facilities, PR, promotion services, commodity promotion, experience exchange, training programs, and tax exemptions. So we have only the microloans provided by DEMO, and we have actually lowered down the level of taxation up to 7%, Good, thank you. So our key questions are over. So a couple of questions from the audience. If you have any, please don't hesitate if you have questions. Не надо.
Так, если нету вопросов.
No questions? Good afternoon. Asyl Foundation. I wanted to say that in between the people with special needs and the employer, there has to be a team of experts who would not just train to do something, but we need to seek for supervision. You can become an expert, but whatever refers to our people, we need supervision, we need consultations, because the employer has a theoretical background, and they may not actually have our people included into the, production. Going back to the sexual agenda, I know that you deal with children's issues as a foundation, but this issue has to be raised in regards to teenagers. It's not something that comes, at the age of 18 plus. We have to start earlier to avoid problems in adulthood. I think that this issue has to be started over once we, once we teach a child to name the parts of the body. There's a part of the body, but there's no name for it. We have to teach children to describe the body, to respect the body, to protect the body, to know the boundaries. Are we going to be having more questions, please? Good afternoon. My name is Aygul. I'm a teacher. I work at school. So firstly, I would like to thank you all. I asked volunteers what the name of the cafe's owner is. A son of one of my mates works at your cafe. His name is Asyl, and he works at your cafe. I talked about Asyl, so I was trying, to memorize his history. Well, anyway, yeah, I said that and he's been waiting actually for his position for 2 years. Yes, please. So he waited for the position 2 years. So 2 years ago, I participated in a conference. I found out about the cafe. I recommended that, the guy has a paralysis palsy, but he was successfully employed eventually. So my question is for you, Emin. I'd like to thank you because we have a social project with 9th grade students. We would like to say that we visited your workshop. You have a large workshop at the medical facility, and it's wonderful practice. Our students made a social project. They wanted to make the uniform for athletes. So we wanted your company, to help us out. So I have a relative of mine that they are, deaf, and is it possible for them to be employed? Frankly, we don't have any vacancies currently, but we could, have an option. Once we cannot employ, I help out in terms of employment because we have lots of colleagues. But 45 years, it's not. It's not the age. We have the employee who has retired from the cafe, and he's still working. So I have a proposal. In Astana, we have the plant where they produce fragrance, the only one in Kazakhstan, and they need people who want to pack. If your relatives are satisfied, with this job, just to make a package, to have one box placed into another box, this is the essence of job. So I think that they could be, well fitted for this. So this plant is called the fragrance, and after the meeting I can give you the contact. Perfect. And a small question. People with disability, they receive, small social support. Is it possible for those people to be employed? They say that they may not be employed. They can be, and they will have both. Small question. So, what is the age of employment eligibility? So 16, and in some cases we employ those who are 14. Thank you.
Здравствуйте. Я пришла с Ахтубе.
Our center is called Let's Go Ahead, and we work with teenagers ranging from 13 to 25. So teenagers attend the classes. So my question is for you. Do you have similar businesses in Aktobe? In Aktobe, social entrepreneurship is one of the key ideas. I could get in contact with a colleague who could actually navigate you over the Aktobe local situation. How do you protect rights of those having disabilities at work while being employed, and who protects them from the employer? That's a question for all, for social entrepreneurs. What I meant is that, for instance, their legal guardians might, might die, right? I mean, the parents. So, who is going to be explaining them what rights those people have? Thank you. No. So, are you talking about the legal abilities and disabilities? So, Amnesty International made a large-scale study, and if you're interested, I can, give you the results in all 3 languages regarding the legal status, subjectivity of those who would be the clients for psychiatric clinic, and what's going to be happening next, who performs the duties of the legal guardian, and our objective actually is to find a way out, right? Not to keep the individual isolated, there are different options, there are aunties, uncles, and so on. So we have colleagues who run the clinic, inpatient clinic. Let me explain. There's a case that, parents don't feel comfortable, to, have the child accompanied. However, once the person is acknowledged as legally disabled, right, so they are deprived of basic rights, right? They may not get married, they may not actually freely have actions in terms of immovable property and so on. So there has to be some legal legal instrument to help out. From a human standpoint, I'm against it, but this could be sorted out perhaps through, digital signature, perhaps, and in Kazakhstan, should you be deprived the ability, legal ability, you know, from 1996, in only 5 cases they were managed to be back to the legal circle, I mean, and in fact, that's not legal actually to do, and they would act through the Center of Employment, and we would have the on-job training, the paper one, but we tried, you know, to ensure minimum risk, and we would act through the Center of Mental Health. I wanted to find out whether the social entrepreneurs, you know, partner with human rights organizations. Thank you for your answer. Look, I'm for sustainability. Should you be relying on Emin and myself, it's not going to be a large-scale practice. You know, we need to bring businessmen in, you know. They have to understand that should you provide good working conditions for all, you know, you're going to be making lots of money. And getting rid of stigmatization. You know, there has to be some pattern to follow, and there shouldn't be second thinking, so to speak, right? And it has to be favorable and beneficial for all entrepreneurs to become social entrepreneurs. And this is something that has to be really of help. So again,
из каких-то эмоциональных побуждений, а из прагматических. Отчасти это тоже концепт кунде, поэтому мы назвали его кунде.
So, in fact, I'm trying to explain that why we call the cafe daily. You know, it's not an emotional charity. It is the sustainable charity. You make a choice once, and you become sustainable. You know, it's not about paying 1,000 tenge or 2,000 tenge. You know, there's an option to, you know, to have a similar service in terms of getting a good coffee, but you know, once you contribute to social cafe, you get engaged. Thank you. More questions?
Добрый день, уважаемые спикеры, прекрасный.
Good afternoon, a great talk.
Ирина, HR-менеджер фонда Булатути.
My name is Selena. I am HR manager of the Vladimir Foundation, and I have such type of question. Do you have any information on those types of workplaces which could be available for teenagers? Their teens could be effectively demonstrate their skills, maybe have some specific areas they can express themselves. It's a kind of a question that is very relevant for the parents of such type of children, including the opportunities which provide our program. So we want to get into details in terms of where we provide them training and maybe participate in it. Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Of course, we've been often asked if you have an ASD, where you can find the workplace, where you can study, learn skills. There are not actual the specific answer on it. It depends on. It doesn't depend on the age and the special workplace. The question is, do you really want to be involved in the same field? Or to, for instance, to teach the children? There is no some specific answer that will be useful for everyone. That is what we need to use as we talked about the proven effectiveness practice. So the work could be different. It depends on the region, on the requests, on the skills and the preferences of the person or the specific individual. Some people says that if you have autism, you should stay home, like find the work online to code something. There is not a very good answer because of course, in that case, you spend the whole time at home. You're just involved in the same routine tasking. Of course, adaptation is similar. We have separate successful companies which are involved into creation of artificial intelligence, those who identifies the fines that recognize your plates on the car. We purposely do not follow the separate, some specific professional fields. Some of our clients work in the social service fields, some of them work in the IT fields. We've had a girl with the autism diagnosis. She didn't wish to sort things or clean. That is why but at the same time, she had the very huge interest in the HR field. She have had no wish to teach children or be in the farming field, so she wanted to find the workplace in the field of arts. That is why we should pay attention for the preferences and to create the adaptational programs to understand why they do not follow the general rules, why it is not good in that specific case. It's not because they have very bad performance in the particular task. The key is the diversity and learning the different type of skills, the social distance, how to introduce yourself, how to be in time, when you need to get up, and why you need to dress in the particular way. Thank you very much. I think that is all in terms of questions. It seems like we have one more. We have just a couple of minutes and then we will follow the agenda. I'm from the Kosovon city. We work with the special children, and I support your ideas. It's very close to my vision of the world. And actually, we work with the preschoolers, but in a perspective, we understand that they will grow up and they need to know how to find their place in life. And personally, I think that you should speak more frequently on that topics, on how to introduce the preschoolers with the special conditions and environments. So, for instance, one cafe invited my students to demonstrate them how they cook. It was really hard because the food wasn't made in the proper way. That is why we try to visit various type of places. We've been invited by businessmen to their professional fields. So our children throughout the process of correction could achieve the specific skills, but they need to be trained and not so far go have to visit to shop, be free. And the chiefs told me, like, I will absolutely be for taking such type of children in the future to the work, because they will not take the dumb to home. That is why we need to learn the algorithms of the preferable education. We need to teach them to start off the workplaces that would be very useful in the future. At the same time, we need to work together with the entrepreneurs and we have a lot of specialists who take on the work the people with different type of diagnosis. That is why we need to understand that professional education should be everywhere. So I want to address the question for you. Do you have something like that in Russia?
Спасибо. I'd like to reiterate that it is hard to imagine a school, vocational school, an institution for those with autism. Because the spectrum is different. They have to understand whom they're dealing with, and since the spectrum is wide, there are different types of people. It's so hard to adjust curriculum to those people, and they will need to have individual programs. They gotta have specially equipped toilets, the pathways, the pavements. They might choose any profile, pedagogical medicine, hydrometeorological services, and so on. It is a segregation, and segregational model actually are better than nothing, right? Better than hostables and so on. But segregational education does not provide them to develop the qualities that they need for successful employment. Soft skills, communicational skills, social norms, knowledge. Should there be just the guys with autism is going to be a way to nowhere. So the most successful models are inclusive, but it needs a very serious knowledge, and a decent shift. So with this, we would like to close our panel discussion. We'd like to thank our colleagues. Thank you for your time, for your opinion. Thank you so much. We can continue. So. The next speaker is Master of Pedagogy, facilitator Viktor Malchikov. So he's been running workshops on a regular basis who work with people with different types of disabilities in terms of burnout issues, and he is the healthy lifestyle coach. So acceptance of diagnosis by parents. So Viktor, the floor is yours. So I'm so jealous, to those speakers who have already made their presentations. For them it was so easy to do, but I'm pretty anxious, and nervous about my report. So anyway, I'll just stick to my notes. So first of all, I would like to greet all of the participants to this conference, to thank you for a wonderful organization. And I'd like to thank Bulat Uzimaratov Foundation for such a great opportunity to make this speech and to share my ideas regarding the acceptance of diagnosis by parents. And I'm very, very concerned because autism is something that refers me personally, and it refers to my professional interests. I work with other diseases, addictions, tuberculosis, and so on. And I work with experts who provide services for clients and their family members. And I have two stories related to parents who have children with ASD. The first one happened 8 years ago when I was running a training for burnout prophylaxis together with Asyl Miras Center. I used to be working with a team of Almaty Center, and we found out about the low engagement of parents from a therapy standpoint, and would have less results, and the parents would wait for results from the experts, but the miracle would never happen. And the second story is on my slide. I had a client who was 35 years old, and he was asking for me to have a fear therapy, and then we just deviated to another issue, which referred to autistic syndrome disorder in his daughter. So the anger theory was his core request. So he was asking to get adapted to have a child with ASD.
The problem was with the involvement into therapy. The problem was not in the anger, but in his adaptation to the diagnosis. I want to ask, do we have parents of kids with ASD here? Could you raise the hand, please? I want to have a round of applause to them, because you are involved here, you want to learn more, and you want to improve your life and the life of your kids and children. The experts, could you raise a hand if you think that parents are not necessary to be involved into the process? I want to also thank you. What happens actually then the children was diagnosed with ASD? The parents of the children experience the high level of stress. They are labeled negatively. They label themselves and their child. In Kazakhstan, we have such an attitude to think that that is a great shame, that it is very shameful to ask for help. And the children stay alone with their diagnosis because they do not get the support from this expert, but it doesn't improve the situation at all. Let's look through the criteria that affects on the acceptance of the diagnosis of the ASD by parents. First, acceptance of diagnosis. We meant the opportunity not only to accept that on some period of life, probably the very long period of life, the child needs to get the therapy, but also that the therapy sometimes could be ineffective, and it is hard to continue to be positive. The acceptance of diagnosis is in that the life is not only in the having the diagnosis. You need to reconsider the goals. You need to learn the positive planning, and a lot of people probably have the experience to work with 9 steps of acceptance of the diagnosis. The acceptance is the agreeing with the new terms of life, and I want to share some different set of factors affected on the parents' acceptance of the diagnosis that help to improve this process at all. So here you can find the factors associated with parents' acceptance of diagnosis, include knowledge and uncertainty, negative emotions, positive emotions, support factors, sensitivity, and empathy. The characteristics of the child. We have the research work that highlights that the characteristics of the child and the severity of the ASD affects on the acceptance, where the severity was positively correlated with acceptance. The more severe the diagnosis, the faster parents agreed with the realm, and they started the intervention sooner as possible. The next one is religion, beliefs, and culture. The parts of research papers represents that the religion is the huge supportive factor in terms of acceptance of diagnosis. That's the God here is the one who supports it. It's the figure of the caring father, which provides us the force to handle the situation. They also have research works that demonstrates the religion and cultural aspects could be the huge challenge for the acceptance. It connected with stigmatization and self-stigmatization. When the belief was based on one caring father, and he can do everything for us, and I trust him, and he can solve everything we struggle for. We all know the saying that we should learn the Lord, but we should not forget about ourselves. And we have the saying from the Muhammad, first you should lay on the camel and then to hope for the Lord. For the parents, it is important to remember the key challenges they could have in the future. They accept that they have a liability. The knowledge and uncertainty. Remember the very beginning of the 2020, what we've had the COVID-19. I think you all have the feeling of uncertainty, and that was the key challenge to be positive and to find a joy in life, and it doesn't help in the process of acceptance. In the research papers, there was found that they affect a lot on the process of acceptance of the parents, and that included some specific knowledge on some symptoms, on the process of the therapy, the general process of the support of the child with the ASD. One of the research paper highlighted that the diagnosis provided the opportunity for parents to feel confident because they knew what is exactly happens in the life of their child. And it is also helpful for parents to be confident in the future. The negative emotions. They include the sorrow, decline, the shame, and they became the target for the research papers. And they also, parents also have had such type of emotions throughout the very long period of time until they correlated their expectations with the real situation. The more confident parents were, the less negative emotions they have had, and the parents who accepted the diagnosis were emotionally available. They shared the level of anxiety, depression, and their perceptions of the life around, and they were more psychologically successful in comparison with those who declined the fact they have negative emotions. The positive emotions helped a lot in terms of reaching the acceptance of the diagnosis in a very short period of time. The parents have a positive experience in their relationship with the child and affected positively in terms of acceptance. They've had cases then parents stopped the treatment because they started to launch the process of trading, for instance. They were in search for alternatives. They stopped their search, then the parents achieved the certain level of the acceptance, accepting their abilities and the abilities of the child. The support factor. We have several investigations that on the connection between supportive mother and the successful treatment of the child. Parents feel the feeling of the relief and they have the access to the support. I've been a witness of many of such type of reactions, being in the HIV focus group support team. And then we have the freshman. He thought that he is only one in the world who having this type of diagnosis. That is a very huge problem for him. And throughout, after the introducing of the participants, they start from the brief introduction of themselves, of their age, and individuals started becomes cautious to the end of the sharing. The person starts smiling. He understands that he's not the only one in this world with such situations. They live with that. They are able to overcome this challenge, and that what we call sharing. That is a very brief section, which takes 10 minutes, is very helpful for the individual. And that is the practice that works really. And the support factor is connected to that tightly. We've also found out that it affects on the participant involvement of the parents into the therapy. The experts also shared the information that the high level of the awareness affects positively on the therapy, and the child of such type of the parents who are aware of the situation is more successful in treatment process. And finally, the sensitivity or the empathy that affects on the acceptance of diagnosis by parents, that's this ability to understand the factors behind the behavior and the emotional challenges that led to the certain reactions in the future. We want parents to be more empathic to their children, to be involved in the game processes, and to understand the key needs of their child. If we want to help the children, we need to help parents. Those who accepted the diagnosis are oriented in life in that terms. What we need to do, we've heard a lot yesterday on that, and today too. I forgot to change the slides for you, sorry. I did it just for me. The psychoeducational programs, we've shared some information today several times, and so yesterday too, the Tatiana and Stanislav shared some information on that. If we want to help, children, we must help parents. Parents who have accepted their child diagnosis direct their resources to adapt into life with a child with ASD, because that helps them to recognize what happens and what they need to do. The only thing that's left is just an action itself. We've had the set of studies that proves the effectiveness of such type of educational programs, the therapy of different disorders, tuberculosis, the diabetes, autism. Today we've heard the presentations of speakers who are involved in such type of psychoeducational programs. Here, with the help of experts, we help experts and the parents. We should create the favorable environments which will positively affect on the treatment of the child. If we want to help children, we need to help parents to overcome the stress, anxiety, the feeling of anger, injustice, the guilt. The causes could include the expectations from childhood, from parenthood that are not correlated with each other, and the behavioral therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, could help to correlate the expectations with reality. That could be individual work, as well as the cognitive behavioral therapy could help to improve the self-regulation skills among parents. It is not easy. Remember the story of the father on the second slide. If we want to help children, we need to help the parents to escape the isolations, to escape the loneliness, and in the world there are a lot of parents who have the same problems. We need to help them to find each other in this world and to exchange this experience. With this task, we could improve this issue by organizing the teams of mutual support. I have an experience of 8 years in this field, and that is a very huge problem. 8 years ago, I've had a conversation with Elena on the situation. We've tried to launch the support program in Almaty. We've struggled a lot of challenges. However, it works, and no one will be so involved in the process of issue solving. We had examples of those parents who started the education training, and they became the experts in the field of supporting the children with the ASD. Actually, the PPT was made before, and here you can find the support teams, actually, and they have a set of tools which could be very helpful for you. I will share them with you later. They have the information in 3 languages. They have the step-by-step descriptions and instructions, what you need to do, like the step 1, step 2, step 3. The self-help groups is one more tool, and we can organize the work and the help parents to gain more information, to understand their feelings, the situations, to help the parents to become the parts of the therapy. If we want to help children, we first of all need to help parents, as well as on the plane. First, should upon the safe mask on your self, and then put it on your child. That is the story of one of the participants of this center, Miras. She is the mom of the special kid, and she shared her personal information. We, being the experts, can help parents. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо большое, Виктор. Я просто...
Much, Victor. He is one of the most brilliant trainers in Kazakhstan, and certainly this is a very challenging topic, and burnout is the key issue that we have to tackle down, and it's regular for us.
Давайте тогда делите один микрофон. Пожалуйста.
Здравствуйте. Вот хотела узнать.
Good afternoon. As a mom with the child with special needs, could you tell us more about the assistance from the state and where do we have to go to? You know, we try to educate a lot of parents like us. You know, we don't know where to ask for help, where to go to ask for help. You know, perhaps I'm not going to be the one to provide you with a response regarding the support to be provided by the state. I know that the Asyl Miras Center provides lots of assistance to the parents, but we have a lot of foundations that work throughout the country. It's a complex question. You know, you have to address this issue to the Minister of Healthcare. In fact, in Kazakhstan, we don't have such an instrument. I don't have a data in position. That's not my topic. That's beyond my competence. Thank you. Yep. Colleagues, please, don't hesitate. Good afternoon. I would like to ask a question in Kazakh. So you mentioned about providing a help to a parent, right? And in the morning, you know, I forgot the name. We had the doctor from the United States, and she mentioned about having family trainers. So could you please share your methods that you could, tell us about the, development of the institution of the family counseling? Well, actually, we are in the process of development, and 8 to 10 years ago, you know, the school psychologist was the one to just, have testing arranged, and now we have therapy sessions, we have support groups, and, the mainstream, is something that is happening overnight, and we have gathered here in order to initiate those processes, to have them launched, to provide psychological support, to have the self-support institution. Those who have a problem, would get together and would tackle a problem all together and do whatever possible in order to promote the issue, to push the state towards trying to find a solution. So we have to be more vocal. We have to make sure that we're heard and that we articulate the problem in a very clear terms. We have to get together. We have to get united in order to seek for a solution. We need the tools in possession. Thank you. And the last question. Thank you so much for your presentation. You mentioned about the methodologies that you use while working with parents who have children with autism. However, once you made your introduction, you said about motivational interviewing. Unfortunately, I didn't see that in your slides. So within your professional experience, did you have those techniques used separately or in a combination while approaching different groups that might be having issues? Do you have an analysis of how many parents were offered the technique and so on, how fast they accepted the diagnosis and so on? Motivational sessions are used while we want an individual to change, right? And that refers to different types of changes. I don't have a data in terms of, the breakdown of diagnosis. Yes, indeed, it is used in combination with other methods. Thank you. Thank you so much, and you may be seated. And the next speakers will also be introduced with a great pleasure. As you know, we are honored to have the parents of a child with ASD. What I wanted to say is that, let's make a formal introduction, right? And then I will have a couple of words said about those parents, So we have Rushan Suleimanov. Please come over here. And Rushan came from Almaty, his son Emil, and their story was published by Autism Speaks, and we wanted to give the floor to Rushan so that he could tell his story. And I would also like to invite Miss Aliya Abdibaitova with her son Amir, and they live in Astana. And Aliya and Rushan are the parents of children with ASD, and they've joined our organization long ago. We started together. What I want to say is that, I have personal, empathy towards those parents, and I know that, those children, beautiful, wonderful young people, and they're great athletes. They are great from the academic standpoint. And I know that you, dear parents, have wonderful stories to share. And next time we'll try to give you a chance to share. We're going to arrange a platform so that you could share and tell your life story. So Rushan, the floor goes to you. So you have a presentation as far as I'm concerned. My name is Rushan. I have a son. His name is Emil. He is a child with special needs, and I wanted to thank you for being provided to tell my story. Thank you, Asyl, Miras, that you have invited me to participate to the conference and make my presentation. I wanted to give you a story as a dad who has a child with an autism, and Emil is the only child in our family so far. He is the most precious boy, and our story began once he was born. We had a baby boy, it's such a great event, we welcome him to the world with so much joy and happiness, and he, was born, and in terms of terms, everything was fine, 40 weeks as it is prescribed, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I would like to mention that I was accompanying my wife during the labor, and he had hypoxia, and as a result, the baby boy had yellowish skin. His height was 51 centimeters and over 300. over 3.7 kilograms. So anyway, once your child gets diagnosed, as the speaker told us just now, it's so hard to accept, there's something wrong with your child. And this is how your brain works, you deviate from the problem. No, that's not about us, that's not our problem. To accept a diagnosis, it takes an effort. I was so happy to be a dad, and I'm really happy to be a dad of such a great boy. And we would never limit our kid in terms of, picking the food, and we would be raised, in a traditional way. We would respect the bread. We would be recommended to drink milk and so on. But we wanted our baby to be exposed to the world. In terms of the charts, everything was fine. He started crawling at the age of 8 months. He started walking at the age of 11 months. So from the physical standpoint, he was totally fine, and now he is swimming a little bit at his age. So the first concerns that there's something wrong with your child, or something that we would relate to a personality, right? And it's easy to do, because your relatives, kind of get split into two categories: those who don't want to hurt you, and those who, try to underestimate whatever you do. Oh, you just follow the fashion. Everybody talks about the autism. My child would be speechless until he started school classes and so on. Everything is fine. Well, our first doctor was neurologist, and we had an appointment when Emil was 2 years old, and then later it made such an effort, it would take an average a month, to have an appointment, and then you have a hope that everything is going to be fine. There's going to be a prescription, a medication. However, there's no magic stick. There's no magical medication. It's not cured, and you shouldn't be seeking for quick results when it comes to autism. And a good reference was made once they told that you have to put an oxygen mask on your face first and then help out the kid, right? We have to mobilize the efforts. And our mobilization actually didn't take a long time. We got consolidated with my wife, once the child was diagnosed. And what I'd like to say is that it is so important to have a proper environment, to have proper education, to have proper awareness. Should the society be advanced, it makes the parents to accept the diagnosis easier. And when I started at the 10th grade, we had, a guy with special needs, and I noticed how attentive the kids were. That was the class of inclusion. The teachers would not, pay attention to his needs. He was very talented. He was great at algebra, and he made us feel really you know, patient to each other, and we accepted the fact that we had those different people. We had those people with autistic syndrome disorders, and our relatives would tell us, you have a totally fine kid. Looking at Emil, you cannot say that there's something wrong with him. But it is better to prevent. Once we got diagnosed, now he's been acknowledged as a child with disabilities, and we make a warning. We tell the others that yes, indeed, he has disabilities, so that others don't get surprised by his peculiarities. I just wanted to thank Asyl Miras Foundation, because during the training sessions, Emil was taught how to be attentive. That's very, very important. It was hard for him to be educated. It would take us a while to train him a skill. We had a teacher named Marat. We were lucky to have him. Why? Because Emil would have only female teachers, and I realized that he did not have any male figures except for me, and we were lucky to have Marat with us and as a male figure. And Emil is growing, he loves how he looks like, he loves to pose, he loves to dress up, and so on. And he's such a joy, I can tell you. Well, generally speaking about being tolerant and patient, of course, in larger cities, people are more advanced, but we need to launch, the shootings and commercials. I've watched a lot of commercials and ads in YouTube, and I love the phrase from one of those shootings saying that those children are able to get educated. They have a computer in their brain, but it is a bit different, and this is how I approach the issues that my kid might face. He may not be taught in something, because we need to change the strategy. We need to identify what is going to be accepted by his brain and what is not going to be accepted by his brain. We would discuss the literature, we would discuss the different topics, try to find the areas that would be of interest for him. And our lifestyle totally changed. We've created a comfortable environment for him. There's lots of cards around the place. Why? To remind him he loves sports, he is a good athlete. And all together in a package impacts really positively upon Emil. And I realized that there's not a single session that you need to repeat. They're all different. They're so diverse. I've seen so many children with ASD, and again, they're unique. Each and every child is a unique creature, I'm telling you. Emil is not afraid of height. He loves extreme sports, and his behavior sometimes scares me as a parent because he's really risky. He's ready to go, and he would never be interested previously in playing with other kids. He would treat the children as furniture. He would hit the kids and so on. And now, gradually, slowly but surely, he's open to play. He's open to play with other kids. And I realized that, yes, indeed, he wants to communicate, but he doesn't know how to start off the play. And he loves painting, and he memorizes what he puts together. If you ask him what he has put together, he may tell you, a buggy, for instance, right? So he's verbal, his motor is fine. He would say mom and dad. However, the consciousness would be missing. He would not understand what he would vocalize. Now Emil is a helper, right? So he's a good housekeeper. He's trying to help you out, and he loves shopping. Yeah, and he does his groceries, you know, he weighs the stuff, and he wants to be in the center of the shopping process. You know, he helps out cooking, he loves mixing the stuff, he just all for it. And indeed, you know, you shouldn't be stopping your training. You shouldn't be stopping the practice. You have to analyze what your son loves. You know, you cannot compare him to anyone else. You may compare him to himself yesterday, you know, and you could see the positive dynamics. If this means that whatever you do is totally fine. If there's a lack of progress, then you have to ask yourself a question: what you haven't been doing wrongly, why there's no dynamics. Yes, indeed, and I'd like to repeat myself. We are totally confident in terms of our future, so thank you so much. Thank you, the fund, and we're going to be using your methods. Thank you so much, Rushan. How old is Emil right now? He's 5. Okay. Yes. So, you know, he was using, you know, the 5 eggs. You know, he was frying 5 eggs. So was he making sunny sides up for himself or for the entire family? For the entire family. Alrighty. So let us wish him progress and all the best. So keep working and keep training. So let Emil be a attractive and nice, good-looking adult like the neighbor next to you, you know. And we're gonna now listen to the story of Amir. So actually, you know, I was watching the expression of Aliyah, you know, and I see lots of moms in the audience, and Roshan, you know, was telling his story, and it goes without saying that you do realize what he's been talking about, because you might have gone through the similar challenges. However, anyway, it was so emotional. So please, Aliyah, now it is your turn. Yeah, I could share my story, but I won't, you know. Yeah, I want to give the floor to you, so let's listen. Thank you so much, and good afternoon. I wanted Amir to get prepared, so he's gonna read. He got himself prepared, and he will start, and then I will continue. Amir? You may start off. Good afternoon. My name is Amir. I'm 19 years old. This year, I finished the school. So he's repeating the same phrase in Kazakh. And here comes English. I love sports. And thanks to the Federation and Dina Tsimirgalieva, I participated to the sports competition lately. My dream is to join Olympics in Los Angeles. That's why I've been studying English. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much, Amir. You've been supported. Look, you know, all of our stories of special kids are pretty similar, and from the other standpoint, they're so different, Amir told about himself in brief. He is 19. However, we've been diagnosed pretty late when he was 5, and starting from the child who is 5, we just realized that we had an autistic syndrome, and that was 14 years ago. And unfortunately, back then, diagnostics left much to be desired. So we would run, from doctor to doctor. We would not understand what was going on with him, and as many parents, I realized that something was wrong with my baby. He had some deviations. His speech was, not good enough. We thought that perhaps that was something that would relate to personality. His dad would start speaking later and so on. When I visited psychologists, speech therapists, and others, I was glad to listen to their response. They would say, "Oh, that's an age specifics. It may take a bit more time." And I was satisfied. We did not have a psychiatrist, but the first time when we visited psychiatrist was the age of 5. So the earlier you start, the earlier interventions you have, the better results you will have eventually. So. And in this regard, I think that you won't argue with me that everyone would go through similar stages. And then after that, once Samir got diagnosed, I would be, asking myself, why me? Why my son? Why my baby? I was trying to find the root cause, and I still couldn't find one, because the entire scientific world couldn't find the answer to my question. So my recommendation to the parents: don't ask questions that you won't find answers for. It is something that the scientists have to be dealing with. You have to be dealing with the development of your kid. Just don't waste your time. Don't try to dig out. And then, as other parents, I was asking myself, where's the magic pill? Last year I published a book called Special Happiness. Unfortunately, I ran out of, the book, but you still may purchase it at Milaman and Flip. And in details, I described, every single stage that we have gone through. And as other parents, I've been in search for magic pill. We would, run around to all the healers. Thanks God I wouldn't, have any stem cell therapy. However, whatever was, available back then at the market, I was, trying to have it. I would run to healers, and one of them would tell me, "Oh, I see your son. He's going to be speaking out." But he didn't lie to me, because I'm really speaking now, right? Well, anyway, I remember. Once we had a appointment in Dubai, and we had a psychoneurologist, and he said that please don't try to find a treatment or a pill. There is no pill in autism case. And I was so depressed. I said to myself, how come there's no pill? Of course, we feel concerned, anxious. We want to do something for the baby, to do the best, to bring the best, to bring the perhaps most expensive. But right now, looking backward, in autism, this doesn't work. It is only upbringing, it's only behavior-based therapy. Жанна, who is behavior analyst, she says, therapy. No. Upbringing is the key. Pedagogy, and we start discussing it. I don't know how you call the thing, right? But it's all about upbringing. Perhaps that was ABA. I have no idea, subconsciously, and certainly, an ability to, to repeat the good practice was something that I would, have subconsciously provided to my child. And I recommend you to read those books. Don't hesitate. And once Amir turned 7, I'm running Amir's blog and special parents blog. They ask a question: what was the age Amir started speaking? Different children start speaking at different age. Amir started at 7. We have Dastan, who started later at 9, and his speech, his vocabulary has been growing since then. It's a very individual case. Some of those kids would speak from the very early age, and speaking is not the major issue. But for my son, the major, it was not the issue, because speaking is just the top of the iceberg, but we don't know what's there underwater. We don't know what the scale of the problem is. And we just set a goal. Okay, fine, the kid needs to start speaking, right? However, there's lots of obstacles. And we started school at 8. We launched inclusion at the 23rd school in Astana, and we were the one to, start over, accompanied by the tutor. What do I want to say? Parents have to be active, proactive. Without being proactive, it is impossible to imagine that the society is going to change. I had visits devoted to autism to US, to Europe, and they kept saying that that is a result of parental movements. The innovations, the practices, methods, everything was possible thanks to parents. Why? Because not all state servants have children with autism. The governmental officials, they don't know about autism that much. And now the issue is, what's next? Amir has finished school and he's going to join vocational training school. Fine, but what's next? And this issue is something that we have to address, and those who have older children. Amir is an active athlete, and thanks to association of Virtus Global Games, he made it there, and Dina Timirgaleva, Dastan Ordabai actually had 4 gold medals in cycling sports, and again that was thanks to the faith of parents and social support. Amir participated to Ocean Man in Baravoya, and Tarikh sport Shuchi race, almost 2 kilometers. So in terms of being an athlete, he still has a way to hit. However, we have to try to find out how to make sure that our kids are employed, that they're separated from the parents, and so on. So concluding, I'd like to mention about the major messages, and this is not something new for you. And Rushan mentioned about that, accepting the child's diagnosis is something that is painful and is something that takes time. Acceptance is not all about acceptance, nope. Every single day, I still feel that I'm getting adapted, that I'm getting accustomed. Why? Because Amir gets changed. He's an adult. His personality is changing. His requests and needs are changing. I'm getting myself adjusted to those changes. Once he was a small boy, my emotional state was different. Now it's totally diverse and so on. So I find myself in a condition when I have to get adjusted immediately through the complexities. I manage to get adapted to complexities. However, not always I can find a solution, in terms of what do I have to do in certain situations. I'm not the one to be guilty, nobody is. However, I find myself, in a situation unexpectedly, and please read books, deal with self-development. Why? Because our children demand us to do so. The more knowledge you're going to have, the easier your path is going to be, because knowledge is going to be something that will provide you that confidence, and that is something that is going to be providing an impetus to you. Undoubtedly, bringing in a child with special needs is something that needs the efforts to be provided by the entire family. We can't have, a dad, for instance, not being in a circle with of upbringings, but I try to do the following, to have Saturday, as a family day, right? You can go to theater, you could go to the park, you could have some family activities that could be of interest for all. You can read it through, and indeed, the parent has to put the child into the center and orient the entire set of activities to the child. So don't compare. They're all different. They're all unique. They all have absolutely personalized it's easier for you to see the progress once you stop comparing your kid to the others. And again, there is undoubtedly a progress. It is important to see the progress. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alia. And if you have questions, we're ready to respond. So, yes, indeed, not every single 19-year-old young man may progress so much, and bring the medals. That's a great deal. And please stay on the stage. We have a video made. This is a young guy. His name is Aldyar Zhalmenov. He is also an alumni of the center. So last year we made an interview, and as far as I'm concerned, Aldyar is not here, but Aldyar's mom is here, right? Are you here, madam? All right. Oh, there you are, Mom. Hi. So if you have any questions, you may address your questions afterwards to Aldyar's mom. Okay. So now let's watch the video. Here's a shooting made by Aldyar Zhalmenov and about him. Thank you.
So my name is Aldyar Zhalmenov. I'm 29 years old. I was born and grew up in Almaty city. I don't know the city very well because I didn't live how much. If I did, it was mostly by car. Why didn't live how much? Because I had difficulties from the very beginning of communicating with people. So I just shut myself off from the world and spent more time kind of reading or playing on the computer in my room. And I still feel better that way, and that is why I even moved away from my parents, so that I wouldn't be disturbed by anyone, because I only feel comfortable and free when there is no people around. When I was reading Harry Potter in the original, recently read history books, geography books in English in the original. Yes, I spoke English quite well because I studied abroad in America. I want to welcome everybody. Thank you for what you've given. There is such an opportunity, at least online, to communicate. My name is Zaura Zhalmenova. I was invited to talk about my son, who's 29 years old and officially diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. to notice that his special was possible only by his reaction to society. That is development completely normal. He could talk, but he didn't talk at all. If he had no need to communicate with the world. So he was more in himself. My name is Alibek. I'm Aldora's friend. I know him particularly since he was 5, since 6 years old. Oh, then he was little. I mean, he grew up before my eyes like that, so it's probably easy for me to communicate with him. So find a common language. I'm older than him. I'm a classmate of his older brother. I mean, when his brother and I would go to his house, well, I kind of like geography, history. I mean, he's been very much into history of geography since he was a kid, and I always had an interesting conversation with him. I mean, I thought I had a good grasp of history, but when you talk to him, I mean, you realize you don't know anything at all down to date. That's time it was. So, I mean, I like to spend a time at their house, to have a sleepovers, so always as we went to the movies together, to the cinemas, or we played with other children, things like that. Now, these are all the things that are described in classic books on autism. Initially, the initial signs, that is, he had them all. That is, not to look to build the line cars, to clean something on one it was at all. But in those days, 29 years ago, there was no specialists in Almaty, Kazakhstan, who would be capable to help us. For example, our dad, the dad of our dear, he even told me that if he is offended at school, let him not to go to the school. He already read books, he memorizes them in volumes, he talks very well with adults on any topic. All surprised guests that he knows the history of any country at all new in the capital of obscure countries. We don't even know these countries, and he knew these capitals, their presidents, and when and what years they do that. So he absorbs so much information that he has, and he knew the world history. My child is genius. I realized how many people around the world are the same. And anyway, I tried to realize that in Kazakhstan there is no opportunities, and then I understood that he needs to learn English. And with his memory, that was simple for him. It was he had a great interest in that. No problems. Well, there were safe. We changed 5 schools in Kazakhstan, and then we went to private school in Kazakhstan. Not because in Kazakhstan I would not have been accepted. I would have been flayed. It was impossible at all to finish the first class violations. I would have been expelled immediately, and that's it. One day I told him, when we went to the practice together to the gym, these guys are the athletes with me, wrestlers, boxers. I'm just telling them who's gonna hurt them. I said, if you need anything, tell me, we'll come over, we'll talk. And he took some teacher or something, he said, can guys come to London? He's was about 15 probably, or 16 was already. And the teacher was shocked, and I said to him, later you said the wrong thing to the wrong person, so you should differentiate. I still have a decision to decided to continue my study abroad. When I saw they're here in Kazakhstan, I will not be able to finish the school as an ordinary Kazakhstani school. So in 2008, after 7th grade, I went to the American school in Almaty City, Almaty International School. In the team, I've spent the last 4 years. We have different challenges there, but they accepted me. I was not bullied for being wrong. At least it was much less than in Kazakhstan schools. So I made a decision to study abroad. I applied to several universities. Nottingham University in Malaysia, because one of my acquaintances studied there. In Canada, and there was a university in America, Bauhaus University. I applied and started studying there because they were just the very first to respond, and because they didn't require me to take any additional English classes yet. I could just start studying right away. I got into the master's program in August. I plan to go to New York for geography there. I would like to point out that in the American school, which is here, AIS, I think that there should be, I think, in all Kazakhstani schools, as in general, in all schools around the country, not only in our country. When it comes to high school, that is, there should be 2 or 3 people who guide the children of high school students exactly on the next on the following education. That is what happens in American schools in AIS. I mean, every student, every high school student, they fulfilled the questionnaires, and then they've got the recommendations. There they can continue their study in terms of their skills and abilities. I think that helped him a lot to apply for the university. He just sent me an email that he did everything great. He had some interview, I remember. He sat down on the computer himself. He talked to guys from America, and he was accepted. So what I like about people is honesty, first of all, and loyalty. Yeah, I mean, I don't like it if a person is two-faced. That being said, I cannot read that myself, and so I just do not meet people. I try to hide myself from everyone. Yeah, he tells it like it is. I mean, he doesn't have that ingratiate somewhere, lies somewhere. He tells everything directly to the person he addressed it, and then I like to read about other worlds. I like fantasy fiction because there are places that are radically different from this world, and that attracts me. Even as a child, I wanted to be, I dreamed of being a wizard and was frustrated by the fact that magic does not really exist in the form in which it is described in fantasy books, because you cannot just clap your hands and make the tree grow. Yes, there were difficulties with employment because, again, because of the lack of some social skills, more because I kind of faced the fact that I know the material, I know the language well, but I cannot actually teach because it requires a whole range of skills that I do not have. I'm losing. I didn't know where to start. I was so very nervous, so I failed the interview right away. Computer games, of course. I've been playing a lot of Europe Universal 4. That is quite a bit of playing Roma. I like those type of strategies, great strategies, because you have to apply an analytical mind, analyze the situation in order to achieve a real victory. You have to think a few steps ahead and anticipate what the opponent will do. It's like chess in that respect, but I was just versed at chess, and that's why I like to play games. What kind of TV series? The Big Bang Theory. I'm watching it right now. Stargate, yep. So, in terms of friends, I don't know exactly. I have two, maybe a little bit more friends, and most time I spent with my family, so I don't really have much to say just because there is so much closure, right? And then I can tell you about my kids, what I tell them, the people about my younger son. My kids love him so much. My eldest son considers him a friend. He do not call him uncle. He tells that that is his friend. I do not know. And there was such a moment when I was sitting alone in cafe, and one of my classmates, she just came up to me closer and suggested to have some kind of conversation. And even I was riding in her car because we went to get yogurt. So she just saw that I had no one to socialize with, and no one was ready to keep me company. That was nice. Let's just say I have an attitude towards it. I mean, I do not think that some inferiority or whatever have an attitude towards everybody. So before, he never visited the shops. I was wondering how it could be real. Then step by step, we started to overcome this challenge, and that's kind of elementary like that. And then he called me, started walking by his own. I know the difference. I mean, my parents told me, but for myself, I remove it in communication with him. I guess that is why it is easy for him to recognize the feelings. I mean, he doesn't feel condescended to or cared for. I mean, maybe he can be angry. Then he realizes that something was wrong, and he starts to sort of smooth things out. So the person understands it, and there was a lot of hyper parenting over him. Well, we went to the practice training together. I just told him what to do. All my friends understood that nobody did something wrong. I mean, we took him to be with us to train, and all people who have an interest in history, they ask him to explain some interesting facts. Did I try it? Yes, I did. The last time I was in the United States, but there I faced the fact that in order to get to the meeting, you have to go to the city, have a drive to the city. You need to have a 2-hour train ride from New York. I do not remember the city. It was a little bit difficult to meet the friends in other city. He has very good characteristics. I mean, he can be confused in some personal thoughts, but he provides very good suggestions. For instance, I can ask him, explain the situation, he analyzed it, and then provides the excellent advice to another person. Then it comes to himself, he starts to get, think too much on the problem. He makes storms inside his head. I want to visit Iceland. It has spectacular view. I want to see the volcanoes, the glaciers, and I would also like to visit Australia. There are many species of animals there which you will not meet anywhere else, and you cannot found them anywhere else because this continent was separated from the other continents a long time ago, and because I've been interested in maps since my childhood, although I was strongly interested in maps since my childhood and geography. Yeah. So we were sitting at lunch, and his older brother, Almas, and they were talking about geography, and their dad asked where Norway is. And he was just thinking about something. He says, that's a boat. He says, you're the boat. And they went out their house, and he was reading something like... He was 7 years old, I guess, and he got angry because he was distracted, but he just pointed to the Norway on the map. So he has phenomenal knowledge of the history of geography, that it, for instance, he knows how to use globe or map, how the country appeared, so what changes it overcame. For instance, the country changed the contour in 2018 or 19. And he remembers everything. You know, you should not consider this person completely different. Of course, sometimes you want to hear the call from your friends, but in that case, you just write the message by your own or calling him. Sometimes I can forget about him because of the work, and he starts to send me messages and some geographical facts, and we start the conversation on geography or something. It doesn't matter what kind of person. The main is the human attitude. I'm also communicating a lot of in general with moms who have little kids. They see that there is out there who has some of these successes. That is, then a child is small, and you introduce him to all these developmental things, and you clearly see it, that the child has a success, he understands everything, you see that he begins to speak better. But the most important is to realize that is the thing that you carry throughout the whole life, and you need to learn how to live this. And what about the necessity for the important things for the people should know? You do not make a Russian from the Kazakh or vice versa. These people have their own language, and not the language of communication, but the social language. They have their own science. We teach them to learn our language, but we do not pay them back. That is the key mistake. When we will improve this mistake, when we will just understand that that happens, that's kind of in your nation, and I think that we impose only our own. For instance, when the child is little, we understand that we forget sometimes that he is different, and that is the biggest mistake. That is what I think we. That is a thing that should be accustomed to the common. We should live in harmony. We should learn their language. What was said in America, and the fact that they pay attention to that. Not everywhere, of course, but here in Kazakhstan, we do not have such type of practice. For graduate schools, you need to pass the governmental testing, and you have a training test. So we should create something for special kids, because he could complete everything better than his classmates, but he needs more time. In America, they know about it, and you just write the message to the administration that how the exams in America are organized. Some people pass the exam throughout the 2 hours. For him, it takes 5 hours under the supervision. They don't cheat or anything like that. There are most honest people that could be on this planet. They have no thought about cheating. They do not pretend. And his scores are higher in comparison with others. He can stand, he can walk away, he can be scared of something. These are all things that are considered. And that is a kind of his communication with this world. And only if you recognize all these things, and it is not such a difficult condition, I think if we will implement the practice from Israel, in Tel Aviv, from Tel Aviv, for instance, these children especially counted, and they are tested, and they understand that they could make such a breakthrough in the science for their country. They explain to parents, please, he has such peculiarities, do not scare him. They just prepare them in the specialized universities, and then these people explores the world. They make breakthroughs all around the world in any directions. In all teams around the world, they have such type of people. They notice the thing we do not pay attention for.
Спасибо большое, замечательно.
Thank you so much. Such a great story. And I would like to thank again our speakers, Rushan, Amir, Aliya, Adyar, and Zauresh, Adyar's mom. So Adyar's friend, I don't know what his name is, say hi to him and say our thank you words to him for his wonderful commentaries. And what I'd like to say is that, yes, indeed, those stories are so inspiring. We try to demonstrate to you, the representatives from different age groups, and we have a diverse audience of parents, and hopefully those stories will support you. There's always a way ahead. And I liked the idea that was expressed by you. Yes, indeed, it is the truth. For some reason, we're trying to make the others adjusted to a mythical standard, right? We want everyone to be homogeneous, but Connie repeated. There's a very, very simple word called diversity. So all people are different. There's diversity in this world, and we have to understand it. We have to take it. It's a very, very simple thought, that it's wonderful and really something that we have to embrace. Let us introduce the diversity and promote the diversity. So thank you so much for your wonderful stories. Amir is an athlete, Yeah, he's used to moving. So thanks a lot. So please be seated. And just a couple of words before I start over the next topic, referring what's coming next, okay? So just using a chance and using this platform, yes, indeed, we would like, by the end of the conference, we would like to talk to you more about the foundation, what we do, how we do it. And yes, we've been dealing with autism for a long time. This is the first program that we have launched, but it still remains very, very important for us, for Bulat Utimuratov Foundation, and the founder of the foundation, met with the foreign speakers, and he has reiterated that he is going to be keeping providing support to this program. He supports the partnership with Connie Kasari Lab, who's here with us today, and Josephine has offered the tool that was developed by her team, the SACS and AB detect, and actually the proposal was to have it translated into Russian and Kazakh, and the founder said that he is ready to support some regional initiatives because we perhaps need to go beyond Kazakhstan, because we've been collaborating, keeping in contact with our colleagues from Russia, for instance, and other countries of the region. But anyway, the founder said that he's ready to support those initiatives and some joint events to be arranged at the regional level. We have neighboring countries with the parents who've been facing similar challenges, and putting the efforts together is so important from getting a positive feedback standpoint. So we started again from the autism, and we have our great partners, the friends whom we've started with, and we will keep working in this regard. But anyway, the foundation has been dealing with different programs, and we would like to brief you about our activity. We have changed the mission this year. I'm not quite aware whether you've known our old mission, but now we have a different objective. We put together ideas and resources in order to implement successful social programs to put the Kazakhstani society forward. And in the beginning, I put together the presentation with slides. I was going to take a long time to talk to you, and but I decided to make a video footage. It's not that long, just a couple of minutes, but in that video footage we tried in a dynamic way to explain what initiatives the foundation has been engaged with apart from autism. This short description about our autism initiatives as well. So could you please launch the video shooting? Thank you.
The Autism Foundation was established in 2014. The idea of creating the foundation belongs to its founder, Autism Muratov. The foundation implements extensive and systematic projects in education, healthcare, culture, and urban planning. The first project of the foundation became the program Autism, The World is One for All. Since 2015, 12 free autism centers, Asyl, Miras, have been opened all over the country. The Autism Foundation cooperates with leading international experts in the fields of diagnostics and intervention of ASD to train Asyl Miras teachers. All centers work according to unified advanced methods that have proven their effectiveness. Every day at the center increases the chance of hundreds of children with ASD to live a fuller and more independent life. I can already see progress. The center taught me to understand my child, to communicate with him, work with children with ASD is conducted in 6 intervention programs. A child with autism learns simple things: to smile at his mother, to play with birds, to hold a spoon, to shoulder it hurts. For children with autism, their parents, and every employee of the center, any progress is a huge victory. Every year, the Autism Foundation expands the areas of its activities. Today, we pay a lot of attention to the sphere of education. In 2021, 2 projects, Green School and Just Leader Academy, were launched for public school students. The Education Eco Project Green School is an opportunity for students to get to know the wonderful world of wildlife in practice. Modern, fully equipped greenhouses are installed in school yards. Teenagers grow their own vegetables, berries, and greens. By investing their time and effort, students learn to cherish nature and appreciate their other people's labor. The educational project Just Leader Academy is aimed at developing leadership skills among students, which will help them to take leadership leadership positions in the future, to be competitive, to take responsibility for themselves and others and for their country. The classes help to overcome shyness, prepare for adulthood, and stimulate self-development, as well as teach basic skills of project management. It is impossible to imagine high-quality education without a comfortable environment. On September 1st, 2023, a school gymnasium was opened in the town of Koshi. The technical equipment of the school complies with the highest international standards. In addition to classrooms and specialized rooms for various disciplines, the school has equipped rooms for robotics and 3D modeling, a room for virtual driving, a workshop for mental and woodworking, workshop for ceramics and sculpture, and much more. The school is fully adapted for low mobility groups of population. Another major project of the fund is the construction of a new airport terminal in Kyzyl. According to experts, the commissioning of the new airport will improve flight safety, open new air routes, and increase traffic flow. The new airport will have a telescopic gangway, escalators and elevators, self-check-in counters, and automated baggage filling and handling systems, a hall for transit passengers, and a CIP hall. In 2020, the fund completed a major reconstruction of the botanical garden in the country's largest city, Almaty. The reconstruction area amounted to 17.7 hectares. New infrastructure was created from scratch, irrigation systems were laid, and the botanical gardens plants fund was enriched. Today, the botanical garden is favorable place for walks, green oasis in the center of the megapolis. The Belato Samarata Foundation does not stand aside when help is needed for victims of natural and technological disasters. Under the project Help Map, targeted financial assistance is provided to Kazakhstanis who find themselves in the zones of large-scale fires, floods, and mud flows. The received money allows the victims to purchase essential goods and assure decent living conditions for the period of emergency response. In 2022, the foundation financed the construction and equipping of a stroke center and a district hospital in the Kostanay region affected by fires. The Belato Samarata Foundation supports many cultural projects. We have a long-term cooperation with the foundation named after Baturhan Shukenov, and an artist beloved by all Kazakhstanis. In working together, the foundation aims to create a cultural environment for the rise of a new generation of talented musicians. Day by day, the Belato Samarata Foundation continues its mission of uniting people, ideas, and resources to create useful and sustainable solutions that move society forward.
Спасибо. Ну,
Thank you. Well, that was a short brief. Thank you so much for your attention. Well, the conference is almost over. So the 2 days program has been finished, and I hope that for you those 2 days were really interesting and inspiring. I would like to thank you for being so active, for making your contribution, for participating. I would like to thank our speakers and presenters. We have some of them who came from abroad. You know, we have neighbors from Russia, but still the distance is decent. I would like to thank you for your time. I would like for your efforts, for your resources, for your ideas that you have graciously shared with us. And again, I'm going to reiterate that the founder is ready to keep supporting this area of activity, and we will think about the future conferences and the meetings ahead. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And the agenda says that we're going to be having a family photo now. Yeah, so with your permission, well, we have to sort it out where the photo is going to be made. So my colleagues will help us out. And please, those who still remain in the audience, don't hesitate, and let's come together to the stage and make a great photo. So our colleagues are going to help us out. So how do you like us to be grouped? All right, so we're going to be all together at the same level. So please come over. Okay, good. And one more announcement before you're getting together for the family photo. Please don't forget to leave your headsets while exiting the room. Since you've left your documents, so don't be deprived of your documents, okay? Because you left them while receiving the headset. So as I said to you before, the entire set of materials are going to be distributed to you in the coming days, because once you got registered, we asked for your email addresses. Did you leave your email addresses? So if you didn't, so please make sure that our employees have your contact, so the materials will be sent to your email so that you could, go in depth and study. In terms of books, that we have mentioned about the books from the Naked Huts. I found it, sorry, we ran out. Good news, right? So they're gone.